In 1903, the small town of Van Meter, Iowa, became the setting for one of the strangest cryptid encounters in American history. Over the course of 5 nights, multiple townspeople, respected doctors, businessmen, and officials claimed to have witnessed something terrifying: a winged creature, enormous and unlike any known animal, with a glowing horn on its head that shone like a searchlight. It moved unnaturally fast, scaling buildings, disappearing into the night, and, perhaps the most disturbing detail, it seemed impervious to bullets. Was it a misidentified bird? A visitor from another world? Or something else lurking beneath the surface of Van Meter? This is the bizarre and chilling case of the Van Meter visitor. It all began on September 29, 1903. Dr. Alcott, a respected physician, was walking home late at night when he noticed something strange. A dark figure loomed above. Then it leapt down. The doctor panicked and fired his gun, but instead of falling, the creature didn't even flinch. It turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only confusion and fear. The next night, local businessman Clarence Dunn was in his shop when he heard strange scratching noises against the walls. Then he saw it, a large bat-like figure with a glowing horn. Before he could react, the creature darted away at impossible speed. Dunn, terrified, armed himself, but just like Dr. Alcott, his bullets did nothing. By the third night, panic had spread through Van Meter. Residents reported eerie shrieks in the night, and several people swore they saw the creature flying between buildings. A group of armed men set up a trap, but when the creature appeared, their gunfire had no effect. Witnesses described a smell of sulfur lingering in the air as the entity escaped yet again. On the final night, the townspeople tracked the creature to an abandoned coal mine just outside Van Meter. There, they claimed to have seen not one, but two of the beings disappear into the mine's depths. A decision was made. Fearing that the creatures might return, the townspeople sealed the mine, cutting off whatever lurked within from ever emerging again. To this day, no one knows what truly happened in Van Meter. Theories range from a giant misidentified bird, a prehistoric pterosaur-like creature, a supernatural entity, to an extraterrestrial visitor. What we do know is that multiple credible witnesses, including doctors and businessmen, all describe the same thing: a winged, glowing-horned being that defied explanation. And even now, some believe the mine still holds its secrets. Is the Van Meter visitor gone forever? Or could it one day emerge again? What do you think? Was the Van Meter visitor real? A cryptid? A hoax? Or something else entirely? Let us know in the comments below. And if you enjoy diving into the world's strangest mysteries, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, because there's always more to uncover here on Cryptiverse.
In the search for planets beyond our solar system, astronomers have discovered thousands of exoplanets, some resembling Earth, others defying all expectations. Among them lies HD 20794d, a mysterious world orbiting a nearby sun-like star. But something about this planet doesn't add up. Its existence challenges planetary formation theories, and its composition remains an enigma. Could it hold secrets about alien life, or is it a celestial anomaly that defies our understanding? Let's dive deep into the strange case of HD 20794d. In 2011, astronomers using the HARP spectrograph, a powerful planet-hunting instrument, detected 3 exoplanets orbiting HD 20794, a G8V main sequence star just 20 light-years away from Earth. One of these planets, HD 20794d, immediately stood out. With a minimum mass of approximately 4.8 Earth masses, it was categorized as a super-Earth, a class of planets larger than Earth but smaller than Neptune. However, as astronomers gathered more data, they realized something was off. Unlike many super-Earths found in habitable zones, HD 20794d is positioned relatively close to its star, completing an orbit in just 90.3 days. At this distance, it receives significantly more radiation than Earth, making it unlikely to host life as we know it. But the real mystery lies in its composition, or rather, the lack of information about it. Despite its mass and orbit being determined through radial velocity measurements, no transits have been observed. This means we have no direct data on its atmosphere, density, or even its precise size. Is it a barren rock? A mini Neptune with a thick atmosphere? Or something even stranger, a planet unlike anything we've encountered before? One of the biggest puzzles surrounding HD 20794d is how it even formed. The HD 20794 system is remarkably low in heavy elements, a factor that typically makes planet formation difficult. Yet, not just one, but at least 3 planets have been found orbiting this star. Could HD 20794d be evidence of an unknown formation process? The standard model suggests that planets form from the leftover material surrounding a young star, known as the protoplanetary disk. However, in metal-poor environments like HD 20794's system, the usual building blocks for planets, such as iron and silicon, are scarce. This raises an unsettling possibility. Did HD 20794d originate somewhere else and later migrate into its current orbit? While mainstream science focuses on natural explanations, some theorists propose more speculative ideas. Could HD 20794d be an artificial construct? If an advanced civilization wanted to build a massive, energy-efficient megastructure, a super-Earth-sized object would provide ample real estate. Could this planet be a remnant of an ancient cosmic engineering project? Of course, there's no evidence to support this idea, yet. But given the strangeness of HD 20794d, the possibility of something unexpected lurking in this system cannot be ruled out. With the next generation of telescopes, including the James Webb Space Telescope and future ground-based observatories, astronomers may finally get a clearer picture of HD 20794d. If we can determine its density, atmosphere, and potential for habitability, we might finally solve its mysteries, or uncover even bigger ones. But until then, HD 20794d remains one of the strangest exoplanets we've discovered, an anomaly in the cosmos, waiting to reveal its secrets. What do you think? Could HD 20794d be hiding something incredible? Is it just an odd but natural world, or could it be something truly extraordinary? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and if you love unraveling cosmic mysteries, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. This is Cryptiverse, where the unknown comes to life. Until next time, stay curious. Imagine a world where we can create black holes right here on Earth. Researchers at the University of Nottingham have done just that, crafting a quantum tornado in superfluid helium. This groundbreaking experiment mimics the properties of real black holes, allowing us to study phenomena like event horizons and Hawking radiation in a controlled environment. By chilling helium to near absolute zero, they've engineered swirling motions that replicate the spacetime curvature around rotating black holes. This not only advances our understanding of gravity and quantum mechanics, but also opens doors to exploring the very fabric of reality. The implications are profound, as we probe the mysteries of the universe without the cosmic dangers of actual black holes. Black holes, the enigmatic titans of the cosmos, have long captivated scientists and the public alike. Traditionally observed in the distant reaches of space, these phenomena are defined by their intense gravitational pull, from which nothing, not even light, can escape. However, recent advancements have brought the study of black holes from the celestial to the terrestrial realm. On March 20, 2024, researchers from the University of Nottingham unveiled a groundbreaking experiment, the creation of a quantum tornado in superfluid helium, designed to mimic the properties of a black hole. This achievement not only provides a novel platform for studying black hole analogs, but also raises profound questions about the nature of gravity, quantum mechanics, and the potential risks and rewards of replicating such extreme conditions in a laboratory setting. An artificial black hole is a system engineered to replicate certain characteristics of astrophysical black holes within a controlled environment. Unlike their cosmic counterparts, which result from the gravitational collapse of massive stars, artificial black holes are designed to simulate specific properties, such as event horizons and Hawking radiation, using various physical media. The idea of simulating black hole phenomena in the laboratory has intrigued physicists for decades. In 1981, William Unruh proposed that fluid systems could mimic the event horizon of a black hole, suggesting that sound waves in a moving fluid could serve as analogues to light waves near a gravitational event horizon. This concept laid the groundwork for experimental approaches to study black hole analogues using different media, including Bose-Einstein condensates, optical fibers, and, more recently, superfluid helium. The University of Nottingham's experiment aimed to create a large-scale quantum vortex, termed a quantum tornado, within superfluid helium. By chilling helium to temperatures near absolute zero, the researchers induced a state where the fluid exhibits quantum mechanical properties on a macroscopic scale. The swirling motion of the superfluid was engineered to emulate the spacetime curvature around a rotating black hole, providing a platform to observe analogous behaviors in a laboratory setting. The experiment yielded several notable observations. Minute wave patterns on the surface of the superfluid were meticulously analyzed, revealing interactions that closely parallel theoretical predictions of wave behavior near a black hole's event horizon. The vortex demonstrated the ability to bend and trap wave-like excitations, mimicking the gravitational pull experienced near rotating black holes. The prospect of creating black hole analogues raises questions about safety. However, it's crucial to distinguish between astrophysical black holes and their laboratory counterparts. The artificial black holes generated in laboratory settings do not possess the mass or energy densities required to pose any threat. They are designed to study specific properties in a controlled environment without the associated dangers of their cosmic namesakes. Beyond safety, ethical considerations include the responsible use of resources, potential environmental impacts, and the broader implications of manipulating extreme physical phenomena. Engaging with ethicists, policymakers, and the public is essential to navigate the moral landscape of such groundbreaking research. Future research aims to refine these analog systems to more closely replicate the conditions near actual black holes. This includes improving the precision of measurements, exploring different materials and configurations, and scaling experiments to observe a wider range of phenomena. The creation of artificial black holes in laboratory settings marks a significant milestone in the quest to understand the universe's most enigmatic objects. The March 20, 2024, experiment at the University of Nottingham exemplifies how innovative approaches can bridge the gap between theoretical physics and empirical observation. As research progresses, these endeavors promise to unravel the mysteries of black holes, offering profound insights into the nature of reality itself. In this video, we will explore some of the most forbidden places on Earth, places that, for various reasons, are strictly off-limits to common people. Let's dive into these hidden corners of the world and uncover their secrets. North Sentinel Island, located in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands of India, is home to the Sentinelese people, one of the last uncontacted tribes in the world. This indigenous group has lived in isolation for thousands of years, resisting all outside contact and often responding with hostility to intruders. The Indian government has imposed a strict no-contact policy to protect both the Sentinelese people and outsiders. Due to their complete isolation, the tribe has no immunity to modern diseases, which could be devastating if outsiders were to introduce them. Additionally, multiple attempts to approach the island have resulted in violent attacks, including the killing of American missionary John Allen Chau in 2018. Area 51 is a highly classified U.S. Air Force facility located in the Nevada desert. It has long been associated with secret government projects, cutting-edge aircraft development, and even UFO conspiracies. The airspace above Area 51 is restricted, and the perimeter is heavily guarded. Signs around the area warn that trespassers could face severe penalties, including arrest or even lethal force. The U.S. government only acknowledged its existence in 2013, after decades of speculation. Poveglia Island, located near Venice, has a dark history as a quarantine station for plague victims and later as a mental asylum. It is now abandoned and completely off-limits to visitors. The Italian government has prohibited access to the island due to its decaying infrastructure and the eerie atmosphere surrounding it. Local legends claim that the island is haunted by the ghosts of plague victims and former asylum patients. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault is an underground facility in Norway designed to store and protect the world's most important crop seeds in case of global catastrophe. Access is restricted to a select group of researchers and scientists. The vault is meant to serve as a last resort genetic backup for food security, and the controlled environment ensures the preservation of the seeds. Located off the coast of Brazil, Snake Island is home to thousands of golden lancehead pit vipers, one of the deadliest snakes in the world. The Brazilian government has banned public visits due to the extreme danger posed by the venomous snakes. Even researchers who study the island must obtain special permits and be accompanied by medical professionals. The Vatican secret archives contain centuries of confidential documents, including state secrets, papal letters, and historical records dating back to the 8th century. Only a select few scholars with special permission can access the archives. The secrecy fuels speculation about what hidden knowledge might be locked away inside. Mezgari is a closed town in Russia, believed to be connected to a secret military project. The city is heavily guarded, and little is known about its true purpose. The Russian government restricts access, and the area is under constant surveillance. It is rumored to house a massive underground facility linked to nuclear weapon storage or military operations. The Lascaux Caves in France contain some of the world's most famous prehistoric cave paintings, estimated to be over 17,000 years old. Due to fungal infestations caused by human exposure, the caves were permanently closed to the public in 1963 to protect the delicate artwork. Bohemian Grove is a private campground in California where powerful figures from politics, business, and entertainment gather for exclusive meetings. The gatherings are invitation only, and strict security ensures that no outsiders can access the events. The secrecy surrounding Bohemian Grove has led to numerous conspiracy theories. The tomb of China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, remains sealed beneath a massive burial mound, guarded by the famous Terracotta Army. Chinese authorities have prohibited excavation due to concerns over preserving the tomb's contents and potential traps. Ancient texts describe rivers of mercury inside the tomb, which could be deadly if disturbed. Some believe the tomb contains untold treasures and secrets about ancient China. These forbidden places continue to spark curiosity and speculation. Whether restricted for safety, preservation, or secrecy, they remain some of the most mysterious locations on Earth. What secrets do they hold? Will we ever uncover their true purpose? The answers may remain hidden forever. Would you dare to visit any of these places if given the chance? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more mysteries from Cryptiverse. Have you ever heard of a space rock that defies everything we thought we knew about asteroids? One that could hold secrets to the origins of life, or possibly the destruction of our planet? Today, we're diving deep into one of NASA's greatest cosmic enigmas, asteroid Bennu. This small, unassuming asteroid has baffled scientists with its bizarre properties. Its surface behaves like a fluid, it spits out particles into space, and it might even be hiding the raw ingredients of life itself. But what's even more chilling? There's a small chance that Bennu could collide with Earth in the future. So what exactly is Bennu hiding? And what did NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission uncover when it made contact with this strange object? Stay with us as we unravel the mystery of Bennu. Bennu is a near-Earth asteroid that belongs to a group of space rocks known as the Apollo asteroids. These objects have orbits that cross Earth's path, making them potential impact hazards. Bennu is about 500 meters, 1,640 feet, in diameter, roughly the height of the Empire State Building. But what makes Bennu stand out isn't just its size or orbit, it's what it's made of. Scientists believe Bennu is a relic from the earliest days of the solar system, over 4.5 billion years old. Unlike most solid asteroids, Bennu's composition suggests it's a loose pile of rubble barely held together by gravity. This type of asteroid is known as a rubble pile asteroid. Bennu is also carbon-rich, meaning it contains organic compounds, molecules that are essential for life as we know it. Some scientists speculate that asteroids like Bennu could have brought the building blocks of life to Earth. But despite its ancient origins, Bennu isn't a quiet, lifeless rock. It's active, strangely active. In 2018, NASA's OSIRIS-Rx spacecraft arrived at Bennu to study its surface and collect samples. Almost immediately, the mission team was shocked. Bennu was ejecting mysterious plumes of particles into space. This was completely unexpected. Asteroids don't usually behave like this, especially one as small as Bennu. The particles, some as big as marbles, were being hurled into space, sometimes falling back onto the surface and sometimes escaping into the void. Scientists scrambled to figure out what was causing this. Theories ranged from thermal fracturing, where heat from the sun cracks the surface, to electrostatic forces or even tiny meteorite impacts. But the mystery remains: why is Bennu so active? And could this tell us something about how asteroids evolve over time? When OSIRIS-Rx attempted to land and collect samples, things got even weirder. The spacecraft used a robotic arm to touch Bennu's surface for just a few seconds, but instead of feeling solid ground, it sank right in, as if the asteroid were made of fluid. The surface of Bennu wasn't hard at all. It was more like a pit of loose gravel. If OSIRIS-Rx hadn't fired its thrusters to back away, it might have been swallowed completely. This was another huge surprise. Scientists had expected Bennu to be rocky, but somewhat firm. Instead, they found that the asteroid was barely holding itself together. Its surface material was so loosely packed that even a gentle touch could send debris flying. In 2023, OSIRIS-Rx successfully returned a sample of Bennu's material to Earth, the largest sample ever collected from an asteroid. When scientists opened the capsule, they were in for another surprise. The samples contained carbon-rich organic molecules, including amino acids, the building blocks of life. This strengthens the theory that asteroids like Bennu may have played a role in seeding life on Earth billions of years ago. But there was one final mystery. Scientists expected to find mostly dry, rocky material. Instead, they found evidence of hydrated minerals, traces of ancient water. This discovery suggests that Bennu's parent body may have once had liquid water, possibly even conditions suitable for microbial life. Could Bennu, or an asteroid like it, have once carried water across the solar system? So what do you think? Could Bennu's organic materials hint at a cosmic origin for life on Earth? And should we be worried about its potential collision course in the future? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into one of space's biggest mysteries, don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This is Cryptiverse, bringing you the unknown, one mystery at a time. Until next time, stay curious.
The Gorda State Forest in Lower Saxony, Germany, was a beautiful and peaceful place. Tall trees, sunlight peeking through the leaves, a perfect spot for a relaxing day. But this peaceful forest held a terrible secret. Starting in the 1980s, scary things began to happen. People disappeared, and the forest became a place of fear. A young couple, Ursula and Peter Reinold, were the first to vanish in 1989. Their car was found near the forest, but they were gone. Weeks turned into months and no one could find them. This was just the beginning of a nightmare. Over the next 10 years, more bodies were found buried in the forest. Most of the victims were couples who had come to the forest for a romantic getaway. Their deaths were violent and terrifying. Fear spread through Germany as more and more people disappeared. The peaceful forest became a scary place, haunted by an unknown killer. No one knew why the killer was doing this. There didn't seem to be any connection between the victims. Rumors spread, but no one knew who the killer was. The forest kept its secrets, and the families of the victims were left with their grief and unanswered questions. The once beautiful Gorda State Forest became a symbol of the terrible things that can happen, even in the most peaceful places. Finding the killer in the Gorda Forest was very difficult for the police. The forest was huge, with thick bushes and winding paths. It was the perfect hiding place. There wasn't much evidence, and what they did find didn't help much. The killer was very careful and didn't leave any clues. Even though the police worked hard, the case remained unsolved for years. Every time a new body was found, the pressure on the police grew. People wanted answers and they wanted justice for the victims. But the killer seemed to disappear into thin air after each murder. The police couldn't find any pattern in the victims. They were different ages, had different jobs, and came from different backgrounds. This made everyone feel uneasy. Anyone could be the next victim. People stopped going to the forest. It was no longer a place to relax, but a place of fear and suspicion. During the investigation, one name came up: Kurt Werner Wichmann. He lived near the forest and was often seen there. He had a history of small crimes and was known to be a loner, but the police didn't have enough evidence to connect him to the murders. The investigation continued, but Wichmann's name, like many others, faded away. The mystery of the Gorda killer remained unsolved. Kurt Werner Wichmann was a mystery to everyone. He seemed like a normal guy. He worked as a carpenter and lived in a simple house near Lüneburg Heath. His neighbors said he was quiet and kept to himself. He didn't stand out. But Wichmann had a dark secret. He had a history of hurting people, especially women. He had been in jail for assault and rape. People who knew him said he had a bad temper and could be cruel. His past showed he was capable of bad things, but no one imagined how terrible. In 1993, Wichmann killed himself while in police custody. He had been arrested for stealing a car, a small crime compared to the awful things he would later be connected to. Some people thought his suicide meant he was guilty of the murders. He seemed to be running from the police, even for a small crime. But without real proof, his involvement in the Gorda murders was just a theory. Wichmann's death left a lot of unanswered questions. Did he take the secrets of the Gorda murders to his grave? Or were there other secrets, other victims waiting to be discovered? His death closed one chapter but opened the door to even more disturbing possibilities. The mystery of Kurt Werner Wichmann continued to haunt the investigation even after his death. The Gorda murders were a terrible reminder of the evil that can hide in plain sight. Years passed, and the case went cold. The files sat in the Lüneburg Police Department collecting dust. Hope for justice faded, but new technology offered a chance to find the truth. In 2017, the police looked at the evidence again, using new DNA technology. They tested a hair found in the hand of one of the victims. The results were shocking. The DNA matched Kurt Werner Wichmann. Even though he had been dead for many years, science finally revealed him as the killer. The news brought a mix of relief and sadness to the families of the victims. They finally had an answer after all these years. The monster of the Gorda forest finally had a name and a face. The DNA evidence proved Wichmann was the killer. It was like a silent witness that had held the key to the case all along. It showed how important science is in solving crimes, even very old ones. The ghost of Kurt Werner Wichmann had finally been unmasked.
The Thar Desert stretches across northwest India. It is a place of harsh beauty. The sun beats down, the wind howls, and amidst the dunes lies Kuldara. It is a ghost village, it is frozen in time. Kuldara was once a prosperous village. It was home to the Paliwal Brahmins. They were skilled traders and farmers. They built beautiful homes. They lived in peace for centuries. Then one night everything changed. The villagers vanished. They left their homes, they left their belongings, they left no trace. No one knows why. It was 1825. Kuldara became a ghost village, a mystery for the ages. Legends surround the village of Kuldara. One legend speaks of Salim Singh. He was a powerful minister. He was known for his cruelty. He lusted after the village chief's daughter. She was said to be incredibly beautiful. Salim Singh made his intentions clear. He would have the girl. He threatened the villagers. They refused to give in. They valued their honor. They decided to leave. They abandoned their beloved village. Before they left, they cursed the village. No one would ever live there again. The curse was powerful. It has haunted Kuldara ever since. Many believe the villagers' spirits still roam the ruins. Kuldara is a place of eerie silence. Visitors claim to feel a presence. Some hear whispers on the wind, others see shadows moving through the abandoned homes. The village has become a magnet for paranormal investigators. People tell stories of strange occurrences. Cameras malfunction, electronic devices drain quickly. Some feel an overwhelming sense of dread. There are reports of unexplained footsteps. People claim to hear voices calling their names. The stories are numerous, the experiences are varied, but they all point to one thing. Kuldhara is a place where the veil between worlds is thin. It is a place where the past refuses to stay buried. Not everyone believes in ghosts. Some seek rational explanations. Historians have offered theories about Kuldhara's abandonment. One theory suggests a natural disaster. A severe drought could have forced the villagers to leave. Another theory points to political unrest. The region was in turmoil. The villagers may have fled to avoid conflict. Some historians believe the villagers migrated. They may have sought better opportunities elsewhere. These theories offer logical explanations. They lack the romanticism of the curse, but they cannot be dismissed. The truth of Kuldhara's abandonment remains elusive. Kuldhara is a place of contradictions. It is a village that has been abandoned for centuries, yet it feels alive with stories and whispers from the past. It is a place where logic clashes with legend, where the rational mind struggles to make sense of the supernatural tales that surround it. The paranormal encounters are compelling. Visitors have reported hearing footsteps in the dead of night, seeing ghostly apparitions and feeling an unexplainable presence. They cannot be easily explained. These experiences defy the boundaries of our understanding and challenge our perception of reality. But the historical theories hold weight. They offer plausible explanations for the village's abandonment, such as water scarcity, oppressive taxation, or social upheaval. The curse of Kuldhara is a powerful story. It is said that the villagers cursed the land as they left, ensuring that no one would ever be able to live there again. It speaks to the human desire for explanation. We seek to understand the unknown, to find reasons for the unexplainable events that occur. It provides a reason for the unexplainable. The curse offers a narrative that satisfies our need for closure, even if it is shrouded in mystery. But the truth may be more mundane. It may lie in the harsh realities of life in the 19th century, where survival was a daily struggle. It may lie in the harsh realities of life in the 19th century. The villagers faced challenges that we can only imagine today, from natural disasters to political turmoil. The mystery of Kuldhara endures. Despite the passage of time, the village continues to captivate the imagination of those who visit. It continues to fascinate and intrigue. Each visitor leaves with their own interpretation, their own version of the story. It is a reminder that some secrets refuse to be revealed. No matter how much we investigate, some aspects of Kuldhara's past remain elusive. It is a place where the past whispers on the wind. The ruins speak of a time long gone, yet they hold on to their secrets tightly. And the truth remains just out of reach. Kuldhara stands as a testament to the enduring power of mystery and the human quest for understanding. Section 6. The Search for Answers, Archaeological Investigations and Findings. Seeking concrete evidence, archaeologists have turned their attention to Kuldhara. Their excavations have unearthed artifacts. These relics offer glimpses into the villagers' lives. Pottery shards, tools and remnants of homes paint a picture of a thriving community. Intriguingly, some findings contradict the curse narrative. Archaeologists have discovered evidence of wells. These wells would have provided water even during a drought. This discovery challenges the theory that the villagers were forced out by lack of water. Despite these findings, no definitive answers have emerged. The archaeological evidence raises more questions than it answers. The mystery of Kuldhara deepens. Section 7. Beyond the grave, the enduring mystery of Kuldhara. The story of Kuldhara goes beyond a single abandoned village. It speaks to the power of belief. It highlights the enduring allure of the unknown. The lack of definitive answers only fuels our fascination. Whether one believes in curses or seeks logical explanations, Kuldara holds a certain power. It is a place where imagination runs wild. It is a stark reminder of the impermanence of human settlements. The mystery of Kuldara continues to captivate. It is a story passed down through generations. It is a tale whispered on the wind, forever intertwined with the sands of the Thar Desert. Section 8, Kuldara Today, a ghost village frozen in time. Today, Kuldara stands as a protected site, a testament to its historical significance and the efforts to preserve its legacy. The village, once bustling with life, now lies in silent ruins, echoing the stories of its past. It is a popular tourist destination, drawing visitors from all over the world who are eager to explore its mysteries and walk through its ancient streets. Visitors flock to the ruins, capturing moments and imagining the lives of those who once called this place home. They wander through the empty streets, feeling a connection to the past and the weight of history that hangs in the air. They feel the weight of the village's past, a palpable sense of the lives and stories that once filled these now silent spaces. The Indian government has taken steps to preserve Kuldara, recognizing its importance as a cultural and historical landmark. They recognize its historical and cultural significance, ensuring that future generations can learn from and appreciate this unique site. Efforts are underway to restore some of the structures, carefully maintaining the authenticity and integrity of the original architecture. The goal is to maintain the site's authenticity, allowing visitors to experience Kuldara as it once was, while also preserving it for the future. Kuldara serves as a reminder of the past, a place where history and mystery intertwine, offering a glimpse into a world long gone. It is a place where time seems to stand still, where the present meets the past in a hauntingly beautiful way. It is a testament to the enduring power of mystery and the enduring allure of the unknown, inviting all who visit to ponder the secrets it holds. Section 9, Conclusion, where history and mystery collide. The story of Kuldara is a tapestry woven from fact, legend, and speculation. Nestled in the heart of the Thar Desert, this abandoned village has captured the imagination of many. Its empty streets and crumbling walls speak of a time long past, yet the air is thick with unanswered questions. It is a place where history and mystery collide. The ruins of Kuldara are not just remnants of buildings, they are silent witnesses to a dramatic and enigmatic past. Each stone, each pathway holds a fragment of a story that has yet to be fully told. The village's sudden disappearance continues to intrigue and confound. How could an entire community vanish overnight, leaving behind no trace of their destination? Theories abound, but none have been proven. Was Kuldara truly abandoned overnight? Some say it was due to a tyrant's oppressive rule, while others believe it was a collective decision to escape an impending disaster. The truth remains shrouded in mystery. Did a tyrant's desire lead to a curse? Legend has it that the village was cursed to remain uninhabited forever. This curse, they say, was the villagers' final act of defiance against their oppressor. Or is there a more rational explanation buried beneath the sands of time? The answers remain elusive. Archaeologists and historians continue to search for clues, hoping to piece together the puzzle of Kuldara. Kuldara stands as a testament to the enduring power of the unknown. It is a place that challenges our understanding of history and human behavior. The village's story is a reminder that some mysteries may never be fully solved. It is a place where the past whispers on the wind, inviting us to unravel its secrets. The wind that blows through the ruins seems to carry the voices of those who once lived here, urging us to listen and learn. The question remains, will we ever truly know what happened on that fateful night when a village vanished into the desert night? Perhaps the true story of Kuldara is destined to remain a mystery, a tantalizing enigma that continues to captivate and mystify.
In 1997, a sound was recorded in the South Pacific that would send chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Known as the bloop, this mysterious noise was so powerful it could be detected over 5,000 kilometers away. Scientists initially speculated it might be a colossal sea creature, larger than a blue whale, lurking in the depths. Others linked it to H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, suggesting something ancient and terrifying might lie beneath the waves. The most plausible explanation, however, points to an icequake, massive chunks of ice fracturing and creating low-frequency sounds. Yet, even with this explanation, the bloop remains an enigma, a reminder of how little we truly know about our oceans. What secrets might still be hidden in the abyss? Imagine a sound so loud that it could be heard over 5,000 kilometers away, an eerie, otherworldly noise emanating from the depths of the ocean, recorded by hydrophones designed to detect Cold War-era submarines. In 1997, such a sound was captured in the remote South Pacific Ocean. Named the bloop, this unexplained noise was unlike anything ever recorded before. It was so powerful that it suggested a source larger than even the biggest known sea creatures. But the true origin of the bloop remains one of the ocean's greatest enigmas. Was it a colossal, undiscovered sea creature lurking in the abyss? A secret military experiment? Or something even stranger? Today, we dive deep into the mystery of the bloop, an anomaly that has baffled scientists, researchers, and conspiracy theorists for decades. The story of the bloop begins with a classified U.S. Navy program from the Cold War era. The Sound Surveillance System, SOSUS, was originally developed to track Soviet submarines by deploying a network of hydrophones across the ocean floor. After the Cold War ended, the system was repurposed for scientific research, allowing oceanographers to monitor underwater seismic activity, ice movements, and marine life sounds. It was through this network that, in 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, detected something unusual. The sound, later dubbed the bloop, was picked up multiple times by hydrophones placed over 5,000 kilometers apart, indicating that its source was not only powerful but also massive. Dr. Christopher Fox, a NOAA oceanographer, initially suggested that the bloop did not match known sounds of marine creatures. It was far louder than the calls of the loudest whales and had a unique, organic frequency pattern that ruled out human-made origins such as submarines or underwater explosions. The mystery deepened as researchers struggled to explain what could produce such an immense noise in the remote depths of the ocean. As soon as the bloop was made public, theories began to circulate, some grounded in science, others in pure speculation. One of the most exciting and terrifying theories was that the bloop was produced by an enormous, unknown sea creature. The sound had an organic quality, meaning it closely resembled those made by living organisms. However, if a creature were responsible, it would have to be several times larger than a blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. Could this be evidence of a deep-sea leviathan, a real-life kraken, or even a modern-day megalodon? Some cryptozoologists and conspiracy theorists were quick to suggest that the bloop was proof of undiscovered marine life lurking in the abyssal depths. Even if the bloop is explained as an icequake, it highlights a greater truth: we know astonishingly little about our oceans. Over 80% of the ocean remains unexplored. New species are discovered in the deep sea every year, some more bizarre than anything imagined. Unexplained underwater sounds continue to be detected, hinting at mysteries still waiting to be uncovered. Was the bloop truly just an icequake, or did something massive stir in the depths that year? Until we can explore the deepest corners of the ocean, some mysteries may never be fully solved. What do you think? Could an undiscovered leviathan still be lurking beneath the waves?
The Thar Desert stretches across northwest India. It is a place of harsh beauty. The sun beats down, the wind howls, and amidst the dunes lies Kuldara, It is a ghost village. It is frozen in time. Kuldhara was once a prosperous village. It was home to the Paliwal Brahmins. They were skilled traders and farmers. They built beautiful homes. They lived in peace for centuries. Then one night everything changed. The villagers vanished. They left their homes. They left their belongings. They left no trace. No one knows why. It was 1825. Kuldhara became a ghost village, a mystery for the ages. Legends surround the village of Kuldhara. One legend speaks of Salim Singh. He was a powerful minister. He was known for his cruelty. He lusted after the village chief's daughter. She was said to be incredibly beautiful. Salim Singh made his intentions clear. He would have the girl. He threatened the villagers. They refused to give in. They valued their honor. They decided to leave. They abandoned their beloved village. Before they left, they cursed the village. No one would ever live there again. The curse was powerful. It has haunted Kuldhara ever since. Many believe the villagers' spirits still roam the ruins. Kuldhara is a place of eerie silence. Visitors claim to feel a presence. Some hear whispers on the wind, others see shadows moving through the abandoned homes. The village has become a magnet for paranormal investigators. People tell stories of strange occurrences. Cameras malfunction, electronic devices drain quickly. Some feel an overwhelming sense of dread. There are reports of unexplained footsteps. People claim to hear voices calling their names. The stories are numerous, the experiences are varied, but they all point to one thing. Kuldhara is a place where the veil between worlds is thin. It is a place where the past refuses to stay buried. Not everyone believes in ghosts. Some seek rational explanations. Historians have offered theories about Kuldhara's abandonment. One theory suggests a natural disaster. A severe drought could have forced the villagers to leave. Another theory points to political unrest. The region was in turmoil. The villagers may have fled to avoid conflict. Some historians believe the villagers migrated. They may have sought better opportunities elsewhere. These theories offer logical explanations. They lack the romanticism of the curse, but they cannot be dismissed. The truth of Kuldhara's abandonment remains elusive. Kuldhara is a place of contradictions. It is a village that has been abandoned for centuries, yet it feels alive with stories and whispers from the past. It is a place where logic clashes with legend, where the rational mind struggles to make sense of the supernatural tales that surround it. The paranormal encounters are compelling. Visitors have reported hearing footsteps in the dead of night, seeing ghostly apparitions and feeling an unexplainable presence. They cannot be easily explained. These experiences defy the boundaries of our understanding and challenge our perception of reality. But the historical theories hold weight. They offer plausible explanations for the village's abandonment, such as water scarcity, oppressive taxation, or social upheaval. The curse of Kuldhara is a powerful story. It is said that the villagers cursed the land as they left, ensuring that no one would ever be able to live there again. It speaks to the human desire for explanation. We seek to understand the unknown, to find reasons for the unexplainable events that occur. It provides a reason for the unexplainable. The curse offers a narrative that satisfies our need for closure, even if it is shrouded in mystery. But the truth may be more mundane. It may lie in the harsh realities of life in the 19th century, where survival was a daily struggle. It may lie in the harsh realities of life in the 19th century. The villagers faced challenges that we can only imagine today, from natural disasters to political turmoil. The mystery of Kuldhara endures. Despite the passage of time, the village continues to captivate the imagination of those who visit. It continues to fascinate and intrigue. Each visitor leaves with their own interpretation, their own version of the story. It is a reminder that some secrets refuse to be revealed. No matter how much we investigate, some aspects of Kuldhara's past remain elusive. It is a place where the past whispers on the wind. The ruins speak of a time long gone, yet they hold on to their secrets tightly. And the truth remains just out of reach. Kuldara stands as a testament to the enduring power of mystery and the human quest for understanding. Section 6. The Search for Answers, Archaeological Investigations and Findings. Seeking concrete evidence, archaeologists have turned their attention to Kuldhara. Their excavations have unearthed artifacts. These relics offer glimpses into the villagers' lives. Pottery shards, tools and remnants of homes paint a picture of a thriving community. Intriguingly, some findings contradict the curse narrative. Archaeologists have discovered evidence of wells. These wells would have provided water even during a drought. This discovery challenges the theory that the villagers were forced out by lack of water. Despite these findings, no definitive answers have emerged. The archaeological evidence raises more questions than it answers. The mystery of Kuldara deepens. Section 7. Beyond the grave, the enduring mystery of Kuldara. The story of Kuldara goes beyond a single abandoned village. It speaks to the power of belief. It highlights the enduring allure of the unknown. The lack of definitive answers only fuels our fascination. Whether one believes in curses or seeks logical explanations, Kuldara holds a certain power. It is a place where imagination runs wild. It is a stark reminder of the impermanence of human settlements. The mystery of Kuldara continues to captivate. It is a story passed down through generations. It is a tale whispered on the wind, forever intertwined with the sands of the Thar Desert. Section 8. Kuldara today. A ghost village frozen in time. Today, Kuldara stands as a protected site, a testament to its historical significance and the efforts to preserve its legacy. The village, once bustling with life, now lies in silent ruins, echoing the stories of its past. It is a popular tourist destination, drawing visitors from all over the world who are eager to explore its mysteries and walk through its ancient streets. Visitors flock to the ruins, capturing moments and imagining the lives of those who once called this place home. They wander through the empty streets, feeling a connection to the past and the weight of history that hangs in the air. They feel the weight of the village's past, a palpable sense of the lives and stories that once filled these now silent spaces. The Indian government has taken steps to preserve Kuldara, recognizing its importance as a cultural and historical landmark. They recognize its historical and cultural significance, ensuring that future generations can learn from and appreciate this unique site. Efforts are underway to restore some of the structures, carefully maintaining the authenticity and integrity of the original architecture. The goal is to maintain the site's authenticity, allowing visitors to experience Kuldhara as it once was, while also preserving it for the future. Kuldhara serves as a reminder of the past, a place where history and mystery intertwine, offering a glimpse into a world long gone. It is a place where time seems to stand still, where the present meets the past in a hauntingly beautiful way. It is a testament to the enduring power of mystery and the enduring allure of the unknown, inviting all who visit to ponder the secrets it holds. Section 9. Conclusion, where history and mystery collide. The story of Kuldhara is a tapestry woven from fact, legend, and speculation. Nestled in the heart of the Thar Desert, this abandoned village has captured the imagination of many. Its empty streets and crumbling walls speak of a time long past, yet the air is thick with unanswered questions. It is a place where history and mystery collide. The ruins of Kuldara are not just remnants of buildings, they are silent witnesses to a dramatic and enigmatic past. Each stone, each pathway holds a fragment of a story that has yet to be fully told. The village's sudden disappearance continues to intrigue and confound. How could an entire community vanish overnight, leaving behind no trace of their destination? Theories abound, but none have been proven. Was Kuldhara truly abandoned overnight? Some say it was due to a tyrant's oppressive rule, while others believe it was a collective decision to escape an impending disaster. The truth remains shrouded in mystery. Did a tyrant's desire lead to a curse? Legend has it that the village was cursed to remain uninhabited forever. This curse, they say, was the villagers' final act of defiance against their oppressor. Or is there a more rational explanation buried beneath the sands of time? The answers remain elusive. Archaeologists and historians continue to search for clues, hoping to piece together the puzzle of Kuldhara. Kuldhara stands as a testament to the enduring power of the unknown. It is a place that challenges our understanding of history and human behavior. The village's story is a reminder that some mysteries may never be fully solved. It is a place where the past whispers on the wind, inviting us to unravel its secrets. The wind that blows through the ruins seems to carry the voices of those who once lived here, urging us to listen and learn. The question remains, will we ever truly know what happened on that fateful night when a village vanished into the desert night? Perhaps the true story of Kuldhara is destined to remain a mystery, a tantalizing enigma that continues to captivate and mystify.
In the late 16th century, an ambitious attempt to establish England's first permanent settlement in the New World ended in a chilling enigma. A colony vanished without a trace, leaving behind only one cryptic clue, a single word carved into a wooden post, Croton. What really happened to the lost colony of Roanoke? The story begins in 1587 when English settlers, led by John White, established a colony on Roanoke Island, off the coast of present-day North Carolina. The colony consisted of 115 men, women, and children, all hopeful for a new beginning in the untamed lands of the Americas. At first, the settlers struggled to survive, grappling with food shortages and tensions with local Native American tribes. John White decided to return to England for supplies, leaving behind his daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter, Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. White's journey back to England was delayed by the Anglo-Spanish War. It wasn't until 3 years later, in 1590, that he returned to Roanoke. What he found, or rather, what he didn't find, has haunted history ever since. The settlement was deserted. No sign of struggle, no bodies, and no clues, except for the word Croton carved into a wooden post and the letters CRO etched into a nearby tree. So, what happened to the settlers? Over the centuries, numerous theories have emerged. One popular theory suggests the settlers integrated with the Croton tribe, now known as the Hatteras tribe. Some later explorers reported sightings of Native Americans with European features, lending credibility to this idea. Another theory posits the settlers attempted to relocate inland, possibly to the Chesapeake Bay area, but succumbed to starvation or conflict before they could establish a new settlement. Of course, not all explanations are rooted in logic. Some believe the colonists fell victim to supernatural forces, perhaps cursed by the land or abducted by otherworldly entities. Today, archaeologists and historians continue to investigate. Recent discoveries, such as English artifacts found on Hatteras Island and inland locations, suggest the settlers may have split into smaller groups to survive. The truth about the lost colony of Roanoke may never be fully known. Was it assimilation, migration, or something far more sinister? The mystery endures, leaving us to wonder, what really happened to the 115 men, women, and children who vanished without a trace? What do you think happened to the lost colony of Roanoke? Share your theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more unsolved mysteries. Welcome, mystery seekers. Today, we're exploring a centuries-old enigma that has baffled treasure hunters and researchers alike. It's a tale of hidden wealth, strange discoveries, and traps that seem designed to keep something secret. Join us as we dive into the mystery of the Oak Island Money Pit. Off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada, lies a small island with a big mystery. For over 200 years, people have been trying to unearth what's hidden in a place known as the Money Pit. But what makes this treasure hunt so compelling? Let's go back to where it all began. In 1795, a young man named Daniel McGinnis noticed a strange circular depression on Oak Island. Curious, he began digging with two friends. They soon found layers of logs and stone, each marking a precise 10 feet down. It was clear this wasn't just an ordinary hole, it was an engineered shaft. As they continued, they found mysterious symbols and even more layers, reinforcing their belief that treasure awaited them below. But each layer they uncovered only deepened the mystery. Over the years, many theories have emerged about what might lie at the bottom. Some say it's pirate treasure, maybe from the infamous Captain Kidd. Others think it might be the hidden jewels of Marie Antoinette or even treasures from ancient civilizations. Along the way, excavators have uncovered unusual items, fragments of a gold chain, a piece of parchment, and even coconut fiber, something strange for an island in Canada. But the biggest mystery is the elaborate trap that keeps the pit flooded with seawater, preventing people from digging too deep. Here's where it gets even stranger. According to legend, 7 people must die before the treasure will be found. And as of today, 6 people have lost their lives trying to solve this mystery. Each expedition has faced accidents, cave-ins, and strange setbacks. Despite modern technology, no one has reached the bottom, and the mystery of what, if anything, lies at the end of the money pit remains unsolved. Is it cursed, or just incredibly well hidden? So, what do you think? Is Oak Island home to a buried fortune, or just an elaborate construction with no treasure at all? Let us know your theories in the comments below. Thanks for watching, mystery lovers. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more tales of the unknown. Until next time, keep searching for the truth. Imagine if everything you know about the past, the stories, the dates, the rulers, was wrong. Imagine that someone, centuries ago, altered history, adding entire centuries that never happened. Today, we explore a theory that suggests history itself might be an illusion. Welcome to the mystery of the phantom time hypothesis. In 1991, German historian Dr. Herbert Illig proposed a radical idea, the phantom time hypothesis. According to him, nearly 300 years of our history, specifically from AD 614 to 911, were fabricated. That's right, he suggested that parts of the early Middle Ages never actually happened. But why would anyone tamper with time? Dr. Illig theorized that this deception was orchestrated to legitimize the rule of the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, who wanted to reign during the millennium, the year 1000 AD. This manipulation, he claims, was a collaboration between the Byzantine Empire, the Roman Catholic Church, and the Holy Roman Empire. Illig believed he found clues pointing to these missing years. For instance, there's a mysterious gap in architectural progress during the supposed phantom years. Buildings that should date back to this era are nearly absent, with very few records of significant constructions. Additionally, Illig argued that historical documents from this period appear to be recycled or lack detail, suggesting they could have been modified or fabricated. Even calendar discrepancies, Illig claims, support his theory. The Julian calendar, created in 45 BC, was replaced by the Gregorian calendar in 1582. Yet, Illig argued, if 297 phantom years never existed, then our modern calendar would actually line up perfectly with the solar cycle. Of course, this theory has faced intense criticism. Most historians find the phantom time hypothesis far-fetched, pointing to evidence like historical events in other parts of the world that coincide with the supposedly missing years. For example, Chinese, Persian, and Islamic historical records show a continuous timeline that contradicts Illig's claims. Archaeological finds, including artifacts with consistent dates, also contradict the phantom time hypothesis. Critics argue that these findings simply wouldn't exist if so many years had truly been fabricated. Despite the skepticism, the phantom time hypothesis has gathered a devoted following, especially among conspiracy enthusiasts. For some, it's thrilling to imagine that history might contain hidden secrets, waiting to be unraveled. Others see it as a way to question how we accept historical facts, without evidence we can directly verify. In an age where more information is available than ever, theories like this remind us how little we may actually know about the past. So, is it possible that centuries of history never happened? Could we be living in a timeline altered for political gain? Or is this theory just another strange footnote in our endless fascination with conspiracy and mystery? Let us know what you think. In the heart of Suffolk, England, lies a village called Woolpit. While it may seem like any other quaint English village, Woolpit holds one of the most puzzling mysteries of medieval Europe, an enigma that has baffled historians, scholars, and skeptics alike. This is the story of the Green Children of Woolpit. It was sometime in the 12th century when the villagers of Woolpit stumbled upon something beyond belief. Two children, a boy and a girl, appeared out of nowhere. They were discovered near a wolf pit, a type of trap used to protect the villagers' livestock from wolves. But what made these children extraordinary were their features. Their clothes were strange, their language was unrecognizable, and their skin had an unusual, almost unnatural green tint. This story of the Green Children of Woolpit is well documented in the writings of chroniclers like Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh. Both recorded accounts of these mysterious children, something unheard of for such a rural, medieval village. The villagers tried to speak with the children, but their words were like nothing anyone had ever heard. No one could understand them. And despite offering them all kinds of food, the children refused to eat, until they were given raw beans. After some time, the children began eating other types of food, and their green skin slowly returned to a more natural color. But then, tragedy struck. The boy became ill and, sadly, passed away. However, the girl grew stronger, learned English, and eventually revealed her and her brother's story. According to her, they came from a place called St. Martin's Land, a world of twilight where everyone was green. She said they'd been herding cattle when they suddenly found themselves in a strange new land after following the sound of church bells. This statement raises so many questions. Where was St. Martin's Land? Was it an allegory for something? Or could it be that they came from some unknown civilization, hidden away from the world? Over the years, countless theories have emerged. Some speculate they may have been Flemish children fleeing persecution, their skin color an effect of malnutrition. Others believe in a supernatural explanation, suggesting they came from a parallel dimension or were part of an ancient legend brought to life. Modern science has also stepped in, with some experts suggesting the children's green color could have resulted from chlorosis, a condition caused by a severe iron deficiency. But does that fully explain the language, the strange origin story, and their mysterious arrival? To this day, no one has been able to prove where the children came from or why their story has endured. Were they just children lost in a foreign land, or is there something more hidden in the quiet fields of Woolpit? Centuries have passed, yet the mystery of the Green Children of Woolpit lives on, capturing our imaginations and reminding us that some mysteries may never be solved. Ancient mysteries often leave us with more questions than answers. One of the greatest cartographic puzzles is the Piri Reis map, a 500-year-old artifact that defies logic, suggesting knowledge of lands that were supposedly undiscovered at the time. Who created this map, and how could it be so accurate? Let's uncover the secrets of the Piri Reis map. In 1513, an Ottoman admiral named Piri Reis completed an extraordinary map. Unlike any other map of its time, it detailed coastlines and continents with a precision that should have been impossible. How did Piri Reis, a man born in a time before advanced navigation tools, capture so much detail of the known and unknown world? Drawn on a piece of gazelle skin, the Piri Reis map depicts parts of Europe, North Africa, and South America with incredible accuracy. This would be impressive on its own, but what has mystified historians and scientists is the map's depiction of the coast of Antarctica, centuries before it was officially discovered. The Piri Reis map includes coastlines and features that were unknown at the time. Antarctica, in particular, appears without ice, a geographical detail that wouldn't be confirmed until the 20th century. This raises a profound question: did ancient civilizations have knowledge lost to history? Or was Piri Reis working from sources we no longer have today? The Piri Reis map might have been drawn using information from ancient maps dating back to civilizations like the Greeks or Egyptians, who possibly explored or inherited knowledge of distant lands. It's possible that these sources were lost, leaving us only with fragments. Many theories attempt to explain the Piri Reis map. Some suggest it could be based on ancient Greek or Phoenician maps. Others believe in the possibility of lost civilizations, like Atlantis, passing down knowledge. A more controversial theory even suggests that the map shows Earth as viewed from above, as if from the sky. This theory has led some to suggest extraterrestrial involvement or ancient alien technology. But skeptics argue that the map's unusual features might be due to interpretation errors or artistic liberties taken by Piri Reis himself. In recent decades, scientists and researchers have applied modern technology to examine the map, trying to verify if Piri Reis' representation of the coastline was simply coincidental. However, the findings have only deepened the mystery. The precise alignments with modern maps are uncanny, making it harder to dismiss as mere coincidence. Did Piri Reis have access to a lost source of knowledge that has since vanished? Or could this be an instance of remarkable coincidence or artistic interpretation? The Piri Reis map remains one of history's greatest cartographic mysteries. With its striking accuracy and unexplained details, it challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations. Was it a map made by skilled cartographers with incredible foresight? Or are there secrets in our history that we have yet to uncover? One thing is certain: the Piri Reis map still captivates minds and raises questions about humanity's true history. Perhaps, someday, we'll uncover the lost knowledge that inspired it. Imagine a sound, persistent, untraceable, and so elusive that it drives people to the brink of madness. Welcome to the mystery of the Taos hum, a phenomenon that has puzzled scientists, baffled locals, and intrigued mystery seekers for decades. Nestled in the high desert of northern New Mexico, Taos is a serene and artistic town. But for some, it's also the epicenter of an unsettling auditory anomaly, a low-frequency hum that defies explanation. It's like a diesel engine idling in the distance. At first, I thought it was a truck, but it never went away. I only hear it at night. It's faint but persistent. It feels like it's inside my head, not coming from outside. The Taos hum first gained attention in the early 1990s when numerous residents reported hearing the mysterious sound. It wasn't long before scientists, audiologists, and even government agencies got involved. But their investigations yielded more questions than answers. We've measured sound frequencies in the area and conducted hearing tests on those affected. Yet, there's no consistent source or pattern. Some people hear it, while others in the same location hear nothing at all. Theories abound. Some believe the hum is caused by seismic activity or underground gas pipelines. Others suggest it's the result of low-frequency electromagnetic waves from communication devices. Then there are the more outlandish ideas: secret military experiments, UFOs, or even a psychological phenomenon. We've ruled out most conventional sources. Could this be something beyond our understanding? Something not of this world? Despite years of study, the Taos hum remains unsolved. For those who hear it, it's an inescapable part of their lives. For others, it's a tantalizing mystery, an example of how much we still don't know about our world. So, what do you think? Is the Taos hum a natural phenomenon, a man-made mystery, or something more otherworldly? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. The world is full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Until next time, keep listening for the unexplained. Imagine a lonely island, a raging sea, and 3 lighthouse keepers who vanish without a trace. Over a century ago, this chilling mystery unfolded on Eilean Moor, a remote island in the Flannan Isles of Scotland. Was it a freak accident, foul play, or something beyond explanation? Join me as we unravel the strange case of the disappearing lighthouse keepers of Eilean Mor. The three keepers stationed on Eilean Mor were Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur. On December 15, 1900, the lighthouse stopped sending its regular signals. A passing ship, the Archtor, reported that the light was out, but the treacherous weather delayed any immediate investigation. The lighthouse was eerily empty. The door was unlocked, and inside, everything seemed normal, except for the absence of the keepers. A single chair was overturned, a clock had stopped, and two of the men's oilskins were missing. Outside, investigators found damage consistent with a violent storm. A rope railing was torn away, and equipment was scattered. But one thing was clear, there was no sign of the men. A logbook added another layer to the mystery. Entries described severe weather on December 12 and 13, with one keeper reportedly crying, despite being a seasoned sailor. The final entry, dated December 15, simply read, "Storm ended. Sea calm. God is over all." What could it mean? Over the years, countless theories have emerged to explain the men's disappearance. Let's explore the most compelling ones. 1. A freak wave. Some believe a massive wave swept the men into the sea as they tried to secure equipment during the storm. 2. A murder-suicide. Could tensions between the keepers have boiled over, leading to violence? 3. Supernatural causes. Others point to the island's long-standing reputation for being haunted or cursed. Could the men have been victims of something otherworldly? 4. Alien abduction. For the conspiracy theorists, the isolated location and lack of evidence point to an extraterrestrial explanation. To this day, the disappearance of the lighthouse keepers of Eilean Mor remains unsolved. Theories abound, but the truth may never be known. What do you think happened to them? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's discuss. If you enjoyed unraveling this mystery, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more fascinating tales from the unknown. Until next time, stay curious. Welcome, mystery seekers. Today, we're diving into one of history's strangest unsolved mysteries, the vanishing of Flight 19, an enigma that gave rise to the legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Strap in, because this is one flight you won't forget. But what should have been a simple navigation drill soon turned into a nightmare that left experts baffled for decades. The 5 planes, collectively known as Flight 19, disappeared without a trace, taking 14 men with them. These were the chilling words of Lieutenant Charles Taylor, the flight leader. Despite his experience, Taylor and his squadron seemed to have lost their bearings entirely. The compasses malfunctioned, and the pilots grew increasingly disoriented. The last known position of Flight 19 was somewhere off the east coast of Florida, heading into what we now call the Bermuda Triangle. But fate had other plans. The rescue plane, along with its 13 crew members, vanished too. Witnesses reported seeing a fireball in the sky, but no wreckage was ever found. At this point, the mystery had escalated to an almost supernatural level. So, what really happened to Flight 19? Let's explore the theories. Some believe Lieutenant Taylor made a series of navigational mistakes. His insistence on heading east, despite evidence they were over the Gulf of Mexico, may have doomed the squadron. Others point to the compasses malfunctioning. Could it have been magnetic anomalies in the Bermuda Triangle? Storms and rogue waves are common in this area. Could a sudden squall have taken them by surprise? And then, of course, there's the more out there explanations: alien abductions, time warps, or even portals to another dimension. Despite decades of research, no conclusive evidence has ever been found. Wreckage from Flight 19, or the rescue plane, remains undiscovered. The mystery has become part of the Bermuda Triangle lore, captivating imaginations around the world. They were declared lost at sea, but their story is far from forgotten. The ocean hides many secrets, and the story of Flight 19 reminds us of just how little we truly know about our world. What do you think happened? Was it human error, bad weather, or something beyond our understanding? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more unsolved mysteries. Until next time, keep seeking the unknown. Welcome back, curious minds, to another journey into the unexplained. Today, we explore a story that sounds like it's straight out of science fiction, but witnesses claim it's true. Imagine traveling through an airport, only to discover someone with a passport from a country that doesn't exist. This is the story of the man from Taured. Let's uncover the details and decide if this mystery holds any truth. It's July 1954, and Tokyo's Haneda Airport is bustling with activity. Among the travelers, a man steps off a plane, appearing just like any other businessman. But as he presents his passport to customs officials, confusion sets in. His passport looks authentic, stamped with visa entries from numerous countries, but the country of origin? Taured. A nation that doesn't exist on any map. At first, officials thought it might be a mistake, but the man insisted Taured was real. He even pointed to its location on a map, near the border of France and Spain. But where he pointed, only Andorra existed. Who was this man, and where did he really come from? The man was impeccably dressed and fluent in several languages, including Japanese. His story was consistent. He was a businessman visiting Japan for the third time that year. He even presented legal documents, including a driver's license, company papers, and currency from several countries. Everything seemed legitimate, except for Taured. Authorities were baffled. They decided to detain him in a nearby hotel while they investigated. The man reportedly complied without resistance, even expressing frustration at the situation. Guards were stationed outside his hotel room door, but by the next morning, the man had vanished. No trace of him or his belongings could be found. Even more mysteriously, all of his documents, including the Taured passport, disappeared from the airport's records. To this day, no one knows how he escaped or what happened to the evidence. Did he slip past security unnoticed? Or did he somehow return to the world he claimed to be from? The case of the Taured man has sparked countless theories. Some believe he was a time traveler or a visitor from a parallel universe, accidentally crossing into our dimension. Others think it could be an elaborate hoax, or perhaps a case of mistaken identity, fueled by Cold War paranoia. But skeptics argue there's little verifiable evidence that this incident ever happened. It could simply be an urban legend, passed down and embellished over the decades. Yet, the details remain eerily consistent in every retelling. Whether the man from Taured was a lost traveler, a clever con artist, or a figment of collective imagination, his story continues to fascinate. It raises bigger questions about the nature of our reality and whether other dimensions might occasionally overlap with our own. Could there really be worlds beyond our understanding, or is this just a tall tale that's too good to ignore? The truth remains as elusive as the man himself. So, what do you think? Was the man from Taured real, or just a myth born from a misunderstanding? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this dive into the unexplained, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more mysteries every week. Until next time, keep questioning the world around you. In the realm of mystery, the answers often lead to more questions. In December 1872, a merchant ship named the Mary Celeste was discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean. Her sails were set, her cargo intact, and her lifeboat missing. But her crew completely vanished. To this day, the mystery of what happened remains one of the greatest unsolved enigmas of the sea. The Mary Celeste set sail from New York City, bound for Genoa, Italy, with Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife, Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia, and a crew of 7. It was a routine journey, until it wasn't. On December 4th, the British brig de Grazia found the Mary Celeste drifting aimlessly. When the crew boarded, they found no one aboard. The ship's provisions were untouched, and there was no sign of a struggle. Even more bizarre, the cargo of alcohol barrels was unharmed. The ship's logbook offered few clues. Its last entry placed the vessel near the Azores, but there was no indication of any distress. Over the years, countless theories have emerged. A sudden seaquake or water spout may have forced the crew to abandon ship. Alcohol fumes from the cargo could have caused an explosion scare. Pirates? Unlikely, there was no evidence of looting. Or perhaps something more supernatural? Despite exhaustive investigations, the fate of the Mary Celeste's crew remains an unsolved mystery. Was it human error, a natural disaster, or something otherworldly? The Mary Celeste is a ghost ship in every sense of the word, an enduring reminder of the secrets the sea keeps. What do you think happened that fateful day in 1872? Subscribe for more mysteries and comment your theories below.
Unraveling the mysteries of the world. Have you ever felt the chilling embrace of the unknown? This video will whisk you into the world's deepest mysteries, where the answers lurk beyond reach. From hidden realms to inexplicable phenomena, our journey begins in the shadows, beckoning the curious to venture further. Plunge into the ocean's abyss, where the Bermuda Triangle holds ships and planes captive in eerie silence. What dark forces linger beneath its waters? Experts remain baffled, leaving fragments of truth mingled with whispers of lore, a perfect invitation for the adventurous mind. The Nazca lines, giant, ancient geoglyphs etched into Peru's vast desert, challenge all logic. Were they messages to the gods, or perhaps ancient astronauts? As scientists speculate, these silent figures invite you to ponder their purpose and the people who crafted them in centuries long past. In the heart of Egypt, the Sphinx and pyramids cast long shadows over the desert. Despite years of study, their secrets endure. What construction techniques did ancient engineers use? The fascination intensifies as each discovery leads to more questions, and every stone tells a hidden story. Are you ready to become a modern-day explorer? Join us as we delve into these mysteries, daring to ask, what if, amid the realities of our world? Subscribe, engage, and share your theories, because the thrill of the unexplained is best savored together. Your curiosity might just uncover the next great revelation. The mystery of the time-traveling hipster. Can history reveal evidence of visitors from the future? In 2010, a photograph taken in 1941 sparked debates that still baffle the internet. The so-called time-traveling hipster stands out in a crowd, wearing sunglasses, a graphic t-shirt, and holding what looks like a modern camera. Is this man proof of time travel, or just a case of mistaken identity? The photograph in question was taken during the reopening of the South Fork Bridge in British Columbia. The crowd appears ordinary, men in hats, women in dresses, except for one figure. His sunglasses seem decades ahead of the 1940s. His haircut and attire scream modern, and even the camera he holds looks out of place. When this image surfaced online, it quickly went viral. Theories poured in. Some claimed it was undeniable proof of time travel. Others suggested it was a prank or an elaborate hoax. Experts analyzed the photo and pointed out possible explanations. They argued that the sunglasses were actually available in the 1940s. The t-shirt? Likely a handmade sports jersey. And the camera? Compact designs like that existed as early as the 1910s. Yet, the debate didn't stop there. People questioned why he stood out so starkly in a crowd. Was he simply a man ahead of his time? Or was he intentionally trying to be noticed, perhaps as a clue from the future? The fascination with time travel isn't new. From H.G. Wells' The Time Machine to modern-day scientific theories about wormholes and relativity, the concept has captured our imagination. But so far, it remains in the realm of fiction, or does it? This isn't the only case of supposed time travel evidence. There's the story of the Swiss watch found in an ancient tomb, the modern objects appearing in centuries-old paintings, and countless other anomalies. Could they all be coincidences, or is there more to the story? The time-traveling hipster continues to captivate imaginations, blending intrigue, history, and the possibilities of science fiction. While experts have largely debunked the idea of time travel in this case, the image remains a fascinating example of how something as simple as a photograph can spark global curiosity. The uniqueness of the figure in the crowd raises questions about how we perceive the past, and what happens when something disrupts that perception. What do you think? Is the time-traveling hipster a hoax, a historical oddity, or something far more mysterious? Let us know your theories in the comments below. And if you enjoy unraveling mysteries like this, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more fascinating content. Until next time, stay curious. Ultimately, the most plausible explanation is that the man was simply a product of his time, albeit with a sense of style and technology that appeared ahead of the curve. The sunglasses, shirt, and camera, while seemingly modern, have historical counterparts that fit the era. But this explanation doesn't make the story any less intriguing. It highlights how mysteries can emerge from the most mundane sources, inviting us to look deeper and question our assumptions. Whether it's an authentic case of time travel or an innocent anomaly, the time-traveling hipster reminds us of our innate desire to uncover the unknown. It's a testament to humanity's love for mysteries and the endless possibilities of what might lie just beyond our understanding. Perhaps the real value of this story isn't whether it's true, but the sense of wonder it inspires in all of us. The allure of the time-traveling hipster lies in its ability to challenge our understanding of time and history. Even though many experts have provided logical explanations, the image remains a cultural touchstone for those intrigued by the idea of breaking free from the constraints of time. It sparks a deeper question: if time travel were real, how would we recognize it? Would travelers leave subtle clues, or could their presence be hidden in plain sight, as some believe this photograph suggests? In the end, whether this case is explained or left as an enigma, its real impact lies in its power to inspire curiosity. Mysteries like these push us to explore not just the evidence but the limits of our own understanding. They remind us that the past holds countless secrets waiting to be uncovered, and that even the smallest detail, a photograph, an object, or a story, can ignite our imagination in ways we never expect. Understanding cyclones, nature's fury unleashed. Cyclones are massive storm systems characterized by a low-pressure center, fierce winds, and intense rain. They form over warm ocean waters, gathering strength and sometimes transforming into powerful hurricanes or typhoons, depending on the region. Cyclones emerge from tropical thunderstorms. As warm, moist air rises, it creates a low-pressure area beneath. This draws in surrounding air, causing a vortex. With sufficient energy from the ocean, the system gains strength, spinning faster and developing into a cyclone. These storms bring life-threatening hazards, heavy rainfall, strong winds, and storm surges. Flooding and damage to infrastructure are common, affecting millions. Understanding these impacts helps communities prepare for the worst and minimize potential harm. Stay updated through weather alerts and follow evacuation advice. Secure your home by reinforcing doors and windows. Have an emergency kit prepared. Simple steps can save lives, so ensure you are ready to respond effectively when a cyclone threat arises. Cyclones are powerful, but knowledge is a key defense. Share this video and talk to your community about cyclone preparedness. The more informed we are, the better we can protect ourselves and support each other in times of crisis. Stay safe and proactive.
History is filled with tales of unexplained disappearances, but few are as enigmatic as the vanishing of Ambrose Bierce, a celebrated American author, journalist, and Civil War veteran. Known for his dark wit and haunting stories, Bierce's life was shrouded in mystery, and his disappearance became his final unsolved tale. Ambrose Bierce was a man of many talents. Born in 1842, he was best known for his short stories like An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge and his satirical work, The Devil's Dictionary. A cynic with a sharp tongue, Bierce earned the nickname Bitter Bierce. But his life took a dramatic turn in 1913 when he seemingly vanished without a trace. In 1913, at the age of 71, Bierce embarked on a mysterious journey to Mexico. He claimed to be researching a book on the Mexican Revolution, but hinted at something more cryptic in his letters. In one, he wrote, "Goodbye. If you hear of me being stood up against a Mexican stone wall and shot to rags, please know that I think it's a pretty good way to depart this life." These chilling words would become hauntingly prophetic. After crossing into Mexico, Bierce's trail goes cold. Theories about his disappearance range from the plausible to the bizarre. Some believe he was executed by Pancho Villa's forces, as he was reportedly last seen with the Revolutionary Army. Others think he may have wandered into the desert to end his life, in line with his grim worldview. Then there are wilder ideas. Did Bierce fake his death to live in obscurity? Or could he have fallen victim to a botched espionage mission, as some suggest? His disappearance has left historians and mystery enthusiasts guessing for over a century. Adding to the mystery, some have suggested paranormal explanations. Bierce's stories often dealt with themes of death, the afterlife, and the supernatural. Could he have been drawn into the very mysteries he wrote about? While unlikely, the eerie parallels between his fiction and his disappearance spark the imagination. Despite his vanishing act, Bierce's work has stood the test of time. His tales continue to inspire writers, filmmakers, and readers. But the question remains, what really happened to Ambrose Bierce? Was his disappearance a tragic accident, a calculated move, or something far stranger? Ambrose Bierce once wrote, "Nothing matters." Yet, over a century later, his vanishing act still matters to those who love a good mystery. What do you think happened to the man who disappeared into the shadows of history? Share your theories in the comments below. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more unsolved mysteries. Until next time, keep questioning the unknown. Welcome to one of history's most enigmatic tales, a story that blends reality, imagination, and perhaps even time travel. Today, we uncover the extraordinary events experienced by Charlotte and Moberly and Eleanor Jourdain, two women who claim to have stepped back into the 18th century while visiting Versailles. What really happened that day in 1901? Let's explore the evidence, the theories, and the lingering mystery. Before diving into their strange experience, let's meet the protagonists. Charlotte and Moberly was an accomplished academic, the first principal of St. Hugh's College, Oxford. Eleanor Jourdain was her assistant principal and a scholar in her own right. Both women were rational, educated, and had no history of fanciful storytelling. They were not ghost hunters, nor were they seeking a paranormal experience. They were merely tourists, two intellectuals exploring the grounds of one of France's most famous landmarks. Their adventure began on a warm August day in 1901. As they walked toward the Petit Trianon, they claimed to have felt an oppressive, eerie atmosphere. The path seemed deserted, yet they soon encountered figures who would transport them into another time. They later described these individuals as being oddly silent, with stiff, unnatural movements, almost like actors in a historical tableau. Was this a classic case of a time slip? Time slips are reported phenomena where people claim to momentarily experience the past as though it's their present. But what could cause such an event? There's no scientific evidence for time slips, but some theorize they could be glitches in the fabric of time, tied to places with strong emotional or historical resonance. Critics argue the incident could be explained by psychological factors. Shared hallucinations, while rare, are not impossible. Could Moberly and Jourdain's close friendship and shared expectations have influenced their perceptions? Our minds are wired to fill in gaps in perception. If two people share similar expectations, they might interpret ambiguous stimuli in the same way, creating a shared illusion. Versailles itself has long been associated with ghost stories and strange happenings. Built in the 17th century, the palace has witnessed centuries of opulence, intrigue, and tragedy. Could these emotional imprints explain what Moberly and Jourdain experienced? In 1911, Moberly and Jourdain published their account in a book titled An Adventure. While it gained attention, it also drew criticism and ridicule. Despite the backlash, the women stood by their story until their deaths. Were they mistaken, or were they brave enough to share an unbelievable truth? Some theorists propose a simpler explanation. The women may have wandered into a historical reenactment or stumbled upon actors preparing for a play. However, no records of such events exist from that day. Over a century later, the path to the Petit Trianon remains a place of intrigue. Visitors retrace the steps of Moberly and Jourdain, hoping to experience a similar phenomenon. But so far, no one has been able to replicate their journey. The Moberly-Jourdain incident raises more questions than it answers. Was it a time slip, a shared hallucination, or something else entirely? Perhaps the truth lies in a realm we have yet to understand. History is full of mysteries, and the Moberly-Jourdain incident is a reminder of how much we still don't know about our world, and perhaps, our universe. Until next time, keep questioning the unknown. Beneath the sands of Egypt lies a structure whispered about for centuries, a place shrouded in secrecy, forgotten by time. It's a wonder described by ancient scholars as more magnificent than the pyramids, a monument lost to history. Today, we embark on a journey to uncover the enigma of the lost labyrinth of ancient Egypt. Our story begins with Herodotus, often called the father of history. In the 5th century BCE, he traveled to Egypt and recorded one of the most astonishing structures he had ever heard of, a labyrinth. According to his writings, the labyrinth was a sprawling complex of halls, chambers, and underground passages. Its scale was said to surpass even the Great Pyramid of Giza. Herodotus described it as a 2-story marvel. The upper level, he claimed, held 12 massive courts, surrounded by columns and interconnected passageways. Below it? A subterranean labyrinth with countless tombs and chambers, a place of eternal rest for the kings of Egypt and sacred crocodiles. But Herodotus wasn't the only one. Centuries later, Roman historian Strabo wrote about the labyrinth, affirming its existence near the ancient city of Crocodilopolis, modern-day Hawara. He called it a testament to Egyptian ingenuity, but by his time, the labyrinth was already in ruins. If such a grand structure once existed, why has it never been uncovered? Over the centuries, explorers and scholars have attempted to find the labyrinth, often without success. One of the earliest significant efforts was led by British archaeologist Flinders Petrie in 1888. Petrie uncovered what he believed to be the foundations of the labyrinth, a vast platform of stone that could have supported the colossal structure described by Herodotus. However, no walls, chambers, or artifacts were found, leaving many to doubt his conclusion. Decades later, archaeologists and geologists revisited Hawara, but the shifting sands of time and flooding from the Nile made excavation difficult. The labyrinth remained elusive, a ghost of its former glory buried beneath layers of earth. In recent years, technology has given new hope to this ancient mystery. In 2008, the Mataha expedition used ground-penetrating radar to scan the area beneath Hawara. What they discovered was extraordinary. The scans revealed a network of geometric anomalies, patterns consistent with man-made structures buried deep below the surface. While the findings have yet to be confirmed through excavation, they reignited global interest in the labyrinth. Could this be the lost labyrinth? Or is it merely a natural formation misunderstood by technology? These questions remain unanswered as Egyptian authorities have restricted further excavation of the site. The labyrinth isn't just a physical structure, it's a symbol of mystery and power. Ancient myths speak of it as a repository of hidden knowledge, a place where priests guarded secrets too dangerous for humanity to know. Some speculate that the labyrinth could contain texts predating even the pyramids, perhaps revealing unknown truths about the origins of Egyptian civilization. Others believe it was a ceremonial center, where the living communicated with the dead. If the labyrinth truly exists beneath Hawara, why hasn't it been uncovered? The answer is complicated. Political instability, funding challenges, and environmental factors have made large-scale excavations nearly impossible. Moreover, skeptics argue that the labyrinth may never have existed at all. Could it be that Herodotus exaggerated, or that the labyrinth was symbolic rather than literal? Without definitive proof, the debate continues. Theories about the labyrinth are as diverse as the scholars studying it. Was it a mausoleum, a palace, or a massive archive of ancient knowledge? Some even suggest that the labyrinth's true purpose was spiritual, designed to guide the soul through the afterlife. Others believe the labyrinth is yet to be discovered, perhaps buried beneath another site entirely. If so, it may hold treasures and texts that could rewrite history. The labyrinth of ancient Egypt remains one of history's most tantalizing mysteries. Whether hidden beneath the sands or lost forever to time, it reminds us of the secrets our world still holds. Perhaps, one day, technology, determination, and luck will converge to reveal its true nature. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more mysteries from the ancient world. On a quiet hilltop in Brazil in 1966, a scene of baffling tragedy was discovered: 2 lifeless bodies, mysterious notes, and lead masks covering their eyes. What happened to Miguel José Viana and Manuel Pereira de Cruz remains one of the strangest unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. August 20, 1966. A young man walking up Vintum Hill in Niterói, Brazil, made a horrifying discovery. Lying side by side in the tall grass were 2 men. They wore formal suits, waterproof coats, and most disturbingly, strange lead masks covering their eyes. There were no signs of struggle, no visible injuries. Beside them lay a notebook with cryptic instructions: 1630 be at the agreed place. 1830 ingest capsules. After effect, protect metals, await signal. This note would set the stage for one of the most perplexing investigations in Brazilian history. The 2 men were identified as Miguel José Viana, 34, and Manuel Pereira de Cruz, 32. They were electronics repairmen from Campos dos Goitacazes, a small town north of Rio de Janeiro. Friends and family described them as hardworking and devoutly religious. But they also had a peculiar interest in spiritualism, particularly practices involving communication with extraterrestrial beings. Witnesses claimed the men had been experimenting with creating spiritual devices to contact higher beings. On August 17, 3 days before their bodies were discovered, Miguel and Manuel left their homes, telling their families they were traveling to buy materials for work. They carried a large sum of cash and tools for their electronics projects. Eyewitnesses later reported seeing the men purchasing waterproof coats in Niterói. At a local bar near Vintum Hill, they bought a bottle of water, possibly to ingest the capsules mentioned in the note. But after that, their movements became a mystery. When authorities arrived at the scene, they were puzzled. The bodies showed no signs of physical trauma, no evidence of poisoning, and no explanation for their deaths. Even more baffling were the lead masks. These were crudely cut pieces of metal, shaped to fit over their eyes. Some theorized they were used to shield the men from radiation or bright light, possibly linked to their spiritual experiments. The autopsy results were inconclusive. There was no trace of drugs or toxins. The capsules mentioned in the note were never found, leaving a crucial gap in understanding their cause of death. The lead masks are unlike anything seen in conventional spiritual practices. Their purpose remains speculative, tied to UFO sightings, spiritual rituals, and pseudoscience. As with any great mystery, theories abound. One of the most popular involves UFOs. During the 1960s, Brazil was a hotspot for reported alien encounters, and Miguel and Manuel believed they were on the verge of contacting extraterrestrial beings. Could the signal in the note refer to a UFO? Another theory links their deaths to spiritualism. In the 1960s, Brazil saw a rise in esoteric practices, blending Catholicism and mysticism. Some speculate the men were performing a ritual that went horribly wrong. Others believe the case involves experimental science. The men may have been testing a device involving radiation, accounting for the lead masks. Without proper safeguards, this could explain their sudden deaths. Finally, there's the theory of foul play. Could someone have exploited their beliefs, leading them to their deaths? Some even suggest government experiments or cover-ups related to secret technology. Despite decades of investigation, the lead masks case remains unsolved. Key pieces of evidence, like the capsules and missing witnesses, were never found. Over time, theories have multiplied, but answers remain elusive. The deaths of Miguel and Manuel leave us with more questions than answers. Were they victims of their own beliefs, or did they stumble upon something beyond human understanding? Whatever the truth, the lead masks case continues to haunt Brazil's history, a reminder that some mysteries may never be solved. What do you think happened on Ventum Hill? Was it a UFO encounter, a failed ritual, or something even stranger? Let us know your theories in the comments below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more chilling mysteries. In the frozen heart of Canada, deep within the desolate tundra, lies a mystery that has baffled investigators for nearly a century. A thriving Inuit village near Anjakuni Lake simply disappeared, leaving behind no trace of its inhabitants. What could have caused such a chilling event? Join us as we unravel one of the most perplexing mysteries of the modern age, the vanishing village of Anjakuni Lake. Our story begins in November 1930, when an experienced fur trapper named Joe LaBelle embarked on a journey across the barren tundra. LaBelle was no stranger to the cold wilderness, and he often relied on the hospitality of Inuit villagers for food and shelter. He approached the Anjakuni Lake settlement, expecting warmth and conversation, but instead, he found silence. A silence so profound it chilled him to the bone. The village was abandoned. Tools were left in mid-use. Half-cooked meals sat frozen in pots. The sled dogs, left behind, were found starved to death, an unusual and tragic sight. But what truly shocked LaBelle was the absence of footprints in the snow, as if the villagers had vanished into thin air. LaBelle reported the incident to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP. What followed was an investigation filled with more questions than answers. According to reports, the RCMP found no evidence of foul play, no blood, no signs of struggle, no indication of where the villagers had gone. Even the graves in the nearby burial ground were said to have been emptied, their contents mysteriously removed. The RCMP's official stance later dismissed the story as exaggerated folklore. However, skeptics argue that their dismissal was an attempt to avoid panic or to cover up something far more sinister. Over the years, countless theories have emerged to explain the vanishing of the Anjakuni villagers. Let's explore some of the most prominent ones. Some believe the villagers abandoned their settlement due to famine or disease. The Canadian wilderness is unforgiving, and a harsh winter could easily force even the hardiest of communities to flee. But this theory raises a critical question: why would they leave behind food, tools, and their sled dogs, their primary means of survival? In the 1930s, multiple witnesses reported seeing strange lights in the skies above Anjakuni Lake. Could these have been UFOs? The theory of alien abduction, though far-fetched to some, has gained traction among ufologists. They argue that the lack of tracks or struggle suggests an extraterrestrial event, a theory bolstered by Inuit folklore that speaks of sky people descending from the heavens. Another theory delves into the supernatural. Could the villagers have fallen victim to malevolent spirits or an ancient curse? Inuit culture is rich with tales of spirits and beings that inhabit the land. Stories of the Torngarsik, a powerful deity, and Kalapalik, a creature that lures people into the icy waters, may offer clues to the villagers' fate. Finally, some suggest that the disappearance was part of a government cover-up. Could the area have been used for secret experiments or military operations? With a lack of concrete evidence, this theory, like the others, leaves more questions than answers. While the mystery of Anjakuni Lake continues to fascinate, some researchers have cast doubt on its authenticity. They argue that the story may have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated by journalists looking to sell papers. Skeptics point out inconsistencies in the timeline and lack of concrete evidence to support such a dramatic tale. Today, Anjikuni Lake remains a tranquil yet haunting location. Visitors and researchers continue to search for answers, hoping to uncover new clues that may shed light on this decades-old mystery. The story of Anjikuni Lake reminds us of the fragility of life in the wilderness and the enduring power of human curiosity. Whether the villagers succumbed to nature, vanished into another realm, or fell victim to forces we cannot comprehend, their story remains one of the most chilling unsolved mysteries in history. Which theory do you believe? Was it a natural disaster, a supernatural curse, or something entirely unexpected? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more in-depth explorations of history's greatest mysteries. There is a mystery orbiting our planet. It's not a story of satellites we've built, nor is it a tale of natural cosmic phenomena. This is the story of the Black Knight satellite, a supposed extraterrestrial artifact that some believe has been silently circling Earth for over 13,000 years. A relic from another civilization, or perhaps a puzzle born out of our own imaginations. Today, we dive deep into this enigma to separate fact from fiction. Our story begins in 1899 with one of the most brilliant minds of all time, Nikola Tesla. In his Colorado Springs laboratory, Tesla was conducting experiments to transmit and receive radio waves across great distances. But during one of these experiments, he encountered something unexpected and unusual, repeating signal from space. Tesla described the signal as a repetition of numbers that seemed to be coming from beyond Earth. He believed he was intercepting a message from an intelligent source, possibly from Mars. Skeptics have since argued that Tesla may have detected natural radio waves from celestial objects, but others see his discovery as the first recorded evidence of the Black Knight satellite. In the years following Tesla's discovery, the world's fascination with space grew. By the 1920s and 1930s, amateur radio operators began reporting similar strange signals. These echoes, known as long-delayed echoes or LDEs, would often bounce back to Earth seconds or even minutes after being transmitted, an anomaly that defied scientific explanation at the time. I remember hearing the echoes and thinking, this has to be interference. But the timing was so precise, it felt deliberate, almost as if someone, or something, was sending them back. The mystery deepened in 1960, when a U.S. radar installation picked up an unknown object in orbit around Earth. This object, which seemed to be in a polar orbit, was puzzling because no human-made satellite had yet been launched into such an orbit. Polar orbits are ideal for surveillance because they allow a satellite to pass over the entire surface of the planet as the Earth rotates. But this object wasn't ours, and it wasn't Soviet either. At the height of the Cold War, any unidentified object in space was a cause for alarm. The media quickly picked up the story, and speculation ran wild. Some believed it was a secret Soviet satellite, while others began to whisper about the possibility of extraterrestrial technology. On March 7, 1960, Time magazine published an article about the mysterious object, describing it as a dark satellite with no known origin. This was the first time the public began associating the object with the term Black Knight, though the name itself wouldn't become popular until much later. But what exactly was this object? Could it truly be evidence of an ancient satellite placed in orbit by an advanced civilization? Or was it simply a case of mistaken identity, perhaps a piece of space debris or a natural asteroid caught in Earth's gravity? To understand the full story of the Black Knight satellite, we need to examine the evidence, both the hard facts and the theories that have captivated imaginations for decades. But first, let's look at one of the most compelling pieces of evidence, the strange signals associated with this enigmatic object. Imagine losing 2 children in a tragic accident, only for them to seemingly return to you years later. A chilling story of reincarnation or an unexplained coincidence? This is the mystery of the Pollock twins. In 1957, sisters Joanna, aged 11, and Jacqueline, aged 6, lived in Hexham, England. They were inseparable, playful, and full of life. But their story took a devastating turn when both girls tragically died in a car accident while on their way to church. Their parents, John and Florence Pollock, were heartbroken. Yet, John held an unusual belief. He was convinced that his daughters would return to them in some form. A year later, Florence gave birth to twin girls, Gillian and Jennifer. At first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary until the couple noticed strange similarities between the twins and their deceased daughters. Jennifer was born with two distinct birthmarks. One was on her forehead, resembling a scar Jacqueline had from a fall. The second was on her waist, matching one of Jacqueline's previous birthmarks. Strangely, Gillian, the older twin, had no such marks, just like Joanna. As they grew older, the twins began to exhibit peculiar behaviors. They recalled details about Joanna and Jacqueline's lives, including the layout of their previous home, places they had never visited, and toys that had belonged to their late sisters. They even seemed to share a fear of cars, often panicking when crossing the street. These incidents baffled their parents and drew attention from psychologists and paranormal researchers. Some considered this proof of reincarnation, while skeptics believed the parents may have unintentionally influenced the twins' behavior. By the time Gillian and Jennifer turned 5, these eerie memories began to fade. The twins grew up and led ordinary lives, leaving behind this strange chapter of their childhood. The case of the Pollock twins remains one of the most compelling stories in the study of reincarnation. Was it a case of past lives revisited, or simply the power of suggestion and coincidence? The truth remains elusive. What do you think? Could the Pollock twins really have been reincarnations of their older sisters, or is there a more rational explanation? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more mysteries that defy explanation. On a cold February night in 1994, Riverside General Hospital in California became the epicenter of one of the most bizarre medical mysteries in modern history. The arrival of one patient, Gloria Ramirez, would lead to chaos, confusion, and a series of events that have baffled experts for decades. What turned this 31-year-old mother into what some would later call a biological hazard? Tonight, we will dive into the life of Gloria Ramirez, retrace the horrifying events of that night, and explore the chilling theories that surround this unsolved medical mystery. Gloria Ramirez was a loving mother of 2, described by her friends and family as compassionate, funny, and fiercely dedicated to her children. But in late 1993, Gloria's life took a devastating turn. She was diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. Gloria was a fighter. Even when the odds were against her, she tried to stay strong for her kids. She refused to give up hope. Facing limited options, Gloria turned to chemotherapy and other treatments, but some close to her believe she may have explored alternative remedies to manage her pain, remedies that could hold clues to the mystery of her final hours. At 8:15 p.m., Gloria Ramirez was rushed into the ER. Her vitals were dangerously low. Doctors and nurses immediately began efforts to stabilize her. But as they worked to save her life, something unusual happened. What's that smell? It's sharp, like ammonia. Staff reported a chemical-like odor coming from Gloria's blood. As they examined it further, strange particles were noticed floating in the sample, particles they would later describe as crystals. Moments later, the unthinkable happened. Medical staff began collapsing, one after another, overcome by dizziness, nausea, and shortness of breath. In total, 23 ER personnel fell ill, 5 of whom required hospitalization. The ER was evacuated, leaving only a skeletal crew to attend to Gloria. Despite their efforts, Gloria Ramirez was pronounced dead at 8:50 p.m. But for the staff at Riverside General, the nightmare was far from over. With no clear explanation for what had happened, the case quickly escalated. Gloria's body was treated as a potential biohazard and was sealed in an airtight coffin to prevent contamination. Autopsy results pointed to kidney failure caused by advanced cancer, but they failed to explain the bizarre symptoms experienced by the ER staff. The incident raised many questions. Could Gloria's condition have caused the release of a toxic substance? Or was something else introduced into the environment that night? One prevailing theory centered around dimethyl sulfoxide, or DMSO. This solvent, sometimes used as a home remedy for pain relief, may have accumulated in Gloria's body. When combined with the oxygen administered in the ER, it could have formed dimethyl sulfate, a highly toxic gas capable of causing the symptoms experienced that night. But this explanation was not universally accepted. While DMSO could theoretically account for some of the events, many experts argued that the reaction conditions were unlikely to occur naturally. So, what else could have happened? Another prominent theory suggested that the incident was a case of mass hysteria. Under extreme stress, individuals in close quarters can experience physical symptoms triggered by psychological factors. But could mass hysteria alone explain the crystals in Gloria's blood or the chemical odor? Then there were the more unconventional theories. Some claimed that Gloria had been exposed to a highly experimental treatment or even an unknown toxin. Others ventured into the realm of the paranormal, suggesting extraterrestrial involvement or a government cover-up. Years later, the incident at Riverside General Hospital remains one of the most perplexing medical mysteries. For the staff who survived, it was a life-altering experience, raising concerns about workplace safety and the limits of medical science. As for Gloria's family, they continue to seek answers. Was Gloria Ramirez the victim of a tragic medical anomaly, or is the truth far stranger than anyone dares to imagine? Nearly 30 years later, the case of Gloria Ramirez remains a haunting enigma. What really happened that fateful night? Perhaps the answers lie hidden in the shadows, or perhaps we'll never know. In the shadowy streets of Eastern Europe during the Cold War, an ominous legend began to spread, one that would terrify generations. The Black Volga, a car of sleek darkness, said to appear out of nowhere, abduct people, and vanish without a trace. Was it a tool of secret government agencies, a cursed vehicle driven by sinister forces, or just a chilling urban legend? Today, we dive into this mystery, uncovering its origins, conspiracy theories, and its lasting impact on popular culture. Buckle up for the ride of your life, because this tale is anything but ordinary. The legend of the Black Volga originated during the 1960s in Eastern Europe. The Volga car itself was a luxury vehicle, associated with government officials and the elite. But this particular car, the Black Volga, was different. Witnesses described it as a jet black GAZ-21 model with white curtains and tinted windows. Rumors claimed it would appear at night, stalking individuals who would later vanish without a trace. The Black Volga was the devil's car. If you saw it, you were already doomed. Anonymous Polish folklore. Whether fact or fiction, the Black Volga became a symbol of dread during a time when fear was already a part of everyday life. But was this fear justified? Or was it simply a reflection of Cold War paranoia? As the legend spread, the stories became more sinister. Some claimed the Black Volga wasn't a car of this world at all. Witnesses described supernatural occurrences, glowing headlights, the sound of disembodied laughter, and the car vanishing into thin air. Many believed the Black Volga was driven by the devil himself, who used it to claim souls. Specific accounts of individuals seen being pulled into the car and never returning. It was said that uttering the name Black Volga could bring bad luck or even death. Folklore experts suggest these stories may have roots in older tales of cursed objects. Whether it was fear of the unknown or a genuine belief in the supernatural, the Black Volga legend became deeply ingrained in the collective psyche. But could there be a more rational explanation for these stories? Not everyone believed the Black Volga was supernatural. Some suspected it was part of a darker conspiracy, one involving government agencies, human trafficking, and experiments shrouded in secrecy. Allegations that the KGB used Black Volga cars to abduct political dissidents. Declassified documents revealing patterns of disappearances in regions where sightings were common. Stories of the car being used to abduct people for illegal organ harvesting. Speculation fueled by urban myths of people waking up in bathtubs with missing organs. Conspiracy theories linking the car to secret Soviet experiments on humans. Testimonies from supposed whistleblowers who claim to have worked on these projects. It's easy to see how these theories could emerge during a time of intense political and social unrest. But do they hold any weight? Or are they just another layer of myth in the Black Volga story? Even today, the legend of the Black Volga lives on. While the sightings have decreased, the car continues to appear in stories, films, and even video games. It has become a symbol of mystery, fear, and the unknown. Reports of Black Volga cars in rural areas, often associated with strange disappearances. Analysis of these accounts and their credibility. The car's depiction in Eastern European literature, movies, and folklore. Comparisons to other legendary vehicles like the ghost train or phantom stagecoach. The Black Volga remains one of the most enduring urban legends of the 20th century. Whether it was a tool of oppression, a cursed car, or simply a reflection of collective fear, its story continues to captivate and terrify. What do you think? Is there truth behind the legend, or is it just another tale to keep us looking over our shoulders? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. And remember, if you ever see a black car with tinted windows late at night, maybe it's best to walk the other way. Stay curious, stay safe, and we'll see you in the next mystery. Welcome to the remote island of Iona, a place steeped in mystery, history, and legend. It was here, nearly a century ago, that Netta Fornario met her untimely and perplexing end. Who was she, why did she come here, and what forces, human or otherwise, led to her death? Join us as we unravel the strange and tragic tale of Netta Fornario, exploring every angle of this baffling mystery. Netta Fornario was born in 1897 in Egypt to British parents. Her upbringing was unconventional, marked by her fascination with mysticism and the occult. As a young woman, she immersed herself in esoteric studies, joining the mystical order known as the Alpha Eta Omega, an offshoot of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn and its branches were secretive organizations that explored ritual magic, alchemy, and metaphysics. Netta was deeply drawn to these practices, believing they could unlock hidden truths about the universe and the human soul. By the 1920s, Netta had become a skilled practitioner of these arts, but her interests went beyond theory. She believed in the reality of spiritual communication, psychic energy, and the power of ancient symbols. In 1929, Netta abruptly left her London home and moved to the tiny island of Iona. She told friends she had been called there by spiritual forces. Iona has long been regarded as a sacred place, known for its early Christian monastery founded by St. Columba and its deep ties to Celtic mythology. Iona has been described as a thin place, a location where the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds is particularly thin. For someone like Netta, it would have been the perfect place to explore her spiritual beliefs. But soon after her arrival, locals began to notice her unusual behavior. She would wander the island alone for hours, muttering incantations and carrying strange objects. Then, one day, she vanished. 2 days after her disappearance, Netta was found in a remote part of the island. She was lying on the ground, dressed in a black cloak, with no visible injuries. A silver cross was found near her body, and a large cross had been carved into the earth beside her. The cause of her death remains unknown. From the reports, it seems she may have died of exposure. But the circumstances, her strange position, the carved cross, and her known occult practices, have led to widespread speculation. The simplest explanation is that Netta succumbed to hypothermia. Iona's weather can be harsh and unpredictable, especially for someone unfamiliar with the terrain. Even in the late fall, temperatures can drop suddenly, and strong winds make it difficult to stay warm. It's entirely possible she got lost and couldn't find her way back. Others believe Netta was performing a spiritual ritual when something went horribly wrong. The carved cross and her cloaked body suggest she may have been attempting to connect with otherworldly forces. The cross symbol is both Christian and pagan. It could have been a protective barrier or part of a larger ritual. If she was invoking spirits, she might have pushed her body or mind too far. Some argue that Netta was murdered. Her outspoken nature and unconventional beliefs may have made her a target. However, there were no signs of struggle or injury. The autopsy at the time was inconclusive. Without modern forensic tools, determining the exact cause of death was impossible. And then there's the theory that captures the imagination of many, a supernatural encounter. Did Netta tap into forces beyond her understanding, leading to her demise? Netta Fornario's death remains a haunting enigma, a story passed down through generations of locals and mystery enthusiasts. To this day, visitors to Iona are drawn to the spot where she was found, searching for answers that may never come. We still talk about Netta. Her story is part of the island's lore. It's eerie to stand where she was found and wonder what really happened. Netta Fornario's life and death are a reminder of the mysteries that surround us, some rooted in the spiritual, others in the unknown. What do you believe happened to her on that fateful day in 1929? Share your thoughts below, and let's keep the discussion alive. Thank you for watching. Stay curious, and stay mysterious. Welcome to a journey into the unknown. Tonight, we unravel the mysteries of the Bennington Triangle, a place where reality blurs with the supernatural, and vanishings defy logic. For decades, this region in Vermont has been the center of unexplained disappearances, eerie legends, and chilling accounts of the paranormal. Are these events mere coincidence, or is there something about the land itself that resists explanation? Join us for the next 2 hours as we dive into the depths of this enigma, explore its history, recount its tragedies, and dissect the theories that continue to puzzle investigators and enthusiasts alike. The Bennington Triangle, as it's now known, was first named by Vermont author Joseph A. Citro. Its heart lies around Glastonbury Mountain, a desolate area once home to thriving logging communities. By the early 20th century, these towns were abandoned, their remains swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. Local lore suggests the land itself holds dark energy. Native American tribes avoided the mountain, believing it to be cursed. Some legends spoke of winds that changed direction unnaturally and creatures that prowled the dense woods. Is it possible that these ancient warnings foreshadowed the modern-day disappearances? In 1945, 74-year-old Midday Rivers, a skilled outdoorsman, led a hunting party near Glastonbury Mountain. As they hiked back, Midday walked ahead, confident in his knowledge of the area. But somewhere along the trail, he vanished without a trace. Despite an extensive search involving hundreds of volunteers, only a single clue was ever found, a spent rifle cartridge near a stream. Was this a sign of his last moments, or simply a red herring? What's baffling is that Midday was an expert. He knew these woods like the back of his hand. The idea that he got lost seems improbable. A year later, 18-year-old Paula Weldon, a sophomore at Bennington College, set out to hike the Long Trail, a popular hiking path near Glastonbury. Witnesses saw her enter the trail, but she was never seen again. Her disappearance prompted one of the largest search efforts in Vermont history. Planes, bloodhounds, and hundreds of volunteers combed the area, but Paula had seemingly vanished into thin air. To this day, no clues about her fate have been discovered. In 1950, Paul Jepson, just 8 years old, disappeared near a dump site while his mother tended to chores. When she turned around, Paul was gone. Bloodhounds picked up his scent but lost it at a crossroads, leading some to believe he was abducted. But who could have taken him, and why? 3 disappearances, 3 lives lost to the mystery of the Bennington Triangle. And these are just the beginning. Beyond the disappearances, the Bennington Triangle is also home to strange occurrences. Witnesses have reported glowing orbs drifting through the trees, unearthly sounds that echo in the night, and the feeling of being watched. The energy here is different. Some people describe it as oppressive, as if the land itself is alive. Native American tribes warned of the mountain's cursed nature, claiming the winds behaved unnaturally. Some stories even speak of a mysterious stone portal that could transport anyone who stepped through it to another dimension. Some believe the disappearances are linked to supernatural forces. UFO sightings have been reported in the area, leading to speculation about alien abductions. Others claim that the woods are home to Bigfoot, whose presence might explain the strange sounds and vanishings. Experts suggest more grounded explanations. The terrain is rugged, with hidden sinkholes and dense underbrush. Cougars and bears roam the area, posing a potential danger to hikers. Could these natural hazards be the real culprit? Another possibility is foul play. Could a serial killer or group of criminals be responsible? The area's isolation would make it the perfect hunting ground for someone with sinister intentions. Scientists have speculated that the region may experience geomagnetic anomalies, shifts in the Earth's magnetic field that could interfere with compasses and even human perception. Could these anomalies disorient hikers and lead them into danger? Today, Glastonbury Mountain remains largely untouched, a ghost town surrounded by wilderness. Hikers and thrill seekers occasionally visit, but the sense of unease persists. People come here for the mystery, but most don't stay long. There's just something about this place that feels off. The Bennington Triangle is a place of questions without answers. Whether you believe in the supernatural, the natural, or something in between, one thing is certain: this region holds secrets we may never fully uncover. What do you think lies behind the mystery of the Bennington Triangle? Share your thoughts below, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more deep dives into the unexplained. Until next time, stay curious and stay safe. Antarctica, a frozen wilderness at the edge of the Earth. A land of extremes, where temperatures plummet to deadly lows and sunlight disappears for months on end. For centuries, this remote continent has captivated explorers and scientists alike. But beneath its icy surface lies a mystery. Could Antarctica be hiding secrets from an ancient past, remnants of a lost civilization, or even something otherworldly? Today, we journey into the unknown to uncover the truth about Antarctica's hidden world. From ancient maps that seem to depict an ice-free Antarctica to bizarre theories of secret Nazi bases and alien activity, this enigmatic continent has become the focus of countless mysteries and conspiracies. Over the next 3 hours, we'll explore Antarctica's ancient history, cutting-edge science, and the chilling stories that refuse to melt away. Antarctica, now buried under miles of ice, wasn't always the desolate tundra we know today. Millions of years ago, it was part of the supercontinent Gondwana, a lush, green landscape teeming with life. Fossils of ancient plants and dinosaurs have been discovered beneath the ice, painting a picture of a tropical paradise long before the Ice Age began. But what if Antarctica's story doesn't end there? In 1513, the Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis created a map that seemed to show the coastline of Antarctica centuries before its official discovery. Even more puzzling, it depicted the continent without its thick ice sheet, as if it had been mapped when it was still ice-free. How could a 16th-century cartographer have drawn such an accurate map of a land buried under ice for millennia? Some researchers argue that this suggests the existence of an ancient civilization with advanced knowledge of cartography and navigation. While the map is extraordinary, it's important to note that some elements may have been based on earlier sources or even pure speculation. Still, the level of detail raises questions. Could it be evidence of an advanced culture that predated recorded history? In modern times, scientists have uncovered evidence that challenges our understanding of Antarctica's icy landscape. Beneath the miles-thick ice sheet lie massive subglacial lakes, such as Lake Vostok, one of the largest freshwater lakes in the world. Sealed off from the surface for millions of years, these lakes are thought to harbor ecosystems entirely unique to Earth. Lake Vostok, in particular, has been the center of intense research. Some claim its isolated waters may contain microbial life forms that evolved independently, offering a glimpse into what life might look like on icy moons like Europa or Enceladus. But the lake has also become the focus of conspiracy theories, with claims that it hides ancient ruins or even alien technology. During World War II, Nazi Germany launched expeditions to Antarctica, establishing a base in a region they called New Swabia. Officially, these missions were focused on whaling and research. But rumors persist that the Nazis were searching for something far more sinister: entrances to an underground world or ancient alien artifacts. Some theorists believe the Nazis built secret bases in Antarctica, perhaps even continuing their experiments in isolation after the war. The infamous Operation High Jump in 1946, led by Admiral Richard Byrd of the United States, has fueled these claims. Officially, Operation High Jump was a U.S. Navy mission to establish a research presence in Antarctica. But Byrd's statements during and after the mission sparked wild speculation. He spoke of an enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds, a statement some interpret as a reference to advanced technology or even UFOs. Bird's comments suggest he encountered something beyond human capabilities. Was it advanced Nazi technology? Or could it have been extraterrestrial? In the early 1970s, a quiet English town became the epicenter of a chilling mystery. Two small stone heads were unearthed by children playing in their garden, a discovery that seemed innocent at first. But what followed were tales of paranormal terror, ghostly apparitions, and a sinister figure that defied explanation. Were these objects ancient artifacts tied to forgotten rituals, cursed relics imbued with malevolent energy, or simply an elaborate hoax? This is the story of the Hexham Heads. Our story begins in 1971, in the town of Hexham, England. Two young boys, Colin and Leslie Robson, were digging in their garden when they uncovered something extraordinary: two small stone heads, no larger than a fist, with unusual, carved features. One had a rough, masculine appearance, while the other bore softer, feminine features. Intrigued, the boys brought the objects inside, unaware of the chaos that was about to follow. The heads were placed on a shelf as an odd but harmless treasure. But it wasn't long before strange things began happening in the Robson household. Objects moved without explanation. Doors opened and closed on their own. And the family reported hearing faint, eerie noises that seemed to come from nowhere. Then came the most terrifying incident of all: a spectral figure, described as a half-human, half-wolf creature, was seen prowling the property. The Robsons weren't alone in their fear. Their neighbor, Mrs. Dodds, claimed she also encountered a shadowy, menacing figure in her home shortly after the heads were discovered. The neighborhood buzzed with rumors: were the Hexham Heads cursed? Desperate for answers, the family turned to experts. The heads changed hands several times, eventually reaching Dr. N. Ross, a renowned scholar of Celtic history and archaeology. Dr. Ross believed the heads might be ancient relics linked to Celtic rituals. But shortly after bringing them into her home, Dr. Ross became the target of the paranormal. One night, Dr. Ross awoke to find a large, werewolf-like figure standing in the hallway outside her bedroom. Frozen in fear, she watched as the creature slowly disappeared into the darkness. Other members of her family also reported hearing strange sounds and seeing unexplainable phenomena. Dr. Ross became convinced that the heads were tied to something ancient and possibly dangerous. Theories surrounding the Hexham Heads began to emerge. Some suggested they were Celtic charms used in ancient rituals, objects meant to summon spirits or protect sacred spaces. Others believed the heads were cursed, their energy unleashed after being disturbed. Paranormal enthusiasts speculated that the heads could be conduits for spiritual forces, attracting malevolent entities to anyone who possessed them. But not everyone was convinced. In a surprising twist, a man named Des Craigie came forward, claiming that he had made the Hexam heads himself as a child. He explained that they were nothing more than homemade creations, molded from concrete and entirely modern. His confession seemed to debunk the mystery, but it didn't explain the bizarre events surrounding the heads. Could the paranormal activity have been a coincidence? Skeptics argued that the strange occurrences were likely psychological, a result of fear and suggestion spiraling out of control. Yet, believers pointed out that even if the heads were modern, they could still have attracted negative energy or become vessels for unexplained phenomena. Adding to the enigma, the Hexam heads eventually disappeared. Their current whereabouts are unknown, leaving the mystery unsolved. Were they deliberately hidden to prevent further disturbances? Or are they sitting, forgotten in a dusty attic, waiting to unleash their secrets once more? The Hexam heads remain a puzzle. Were they ancient relics with ties to forgotten rituals, cursed objects that unleashed chaos, or simply an elaborate hoax fueled by fear? Perhaps we'll never know. But their story reminds us of one truth: the line between myth and reality is often blurred. And sometimes, the smallest objects can carry the greatest mysteries. What's your take? Are the Hexam heads a genuine mystery or an example of mass hysteria? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more tales of the unexplained. What if someone from another time accidentally stepped into ours? Could it be a hoax, a psychological anomaly, or something far more extraordinary? Today, we unravel the haunting story of the man from Lisbeth and delve into one of the most perplexing time travel mysteries ever recorded. In the early 1900s, a man was found wandering the cobblestone streets of a small German town, visibly disoriented. Dressed in clothes centuries out of style, he claimed he was from a village called Lisbeth, a place that no one could find on any map. The villagers were stunned by his dialect, an archaic form of German that even the oldest residents struggled to understand. His knowledge of local traditions was eerily specific but outdated, pointing to a time long past. His speech patterns and descriptions matched those from the 1500s, raising questions about how he could have known such intricate details. Was he an eccentric scholar, or was there something more at play? As word spread, local authorities took an interest. They questioned the man intensively, but his answers only deepened the mystery. He spoke of a thriving village with bustling markets and stone bridges. Yet no record of Lisbeth existed in any archive. His descriptions were so vivid that some began to believe he truly came from another time. But skeptics pointed to possible mental illness or a fugue state, a rare psychological condition where individuals forget their identity and create an entirely new persona. Let's explore the possibilities. Could the man from Lisbeth have been a time traveler? Modern physics suggests that time travel, while theoretically possible, would require immense energy and technology far beyond our reach. While time travel remains speculative, Wormholes and spacetime distortions are concepts in theoretical physics that might one day explain such phenomena. However, they require conditions not naturally found on Earth. Another possibility is that he was an expert in folklore and history, using his knowledge to fabricate an elaborate story. But if so, why? What could his motive have been? Could he have been suffering from a dissociative fugue or schizophrenia, creating an alternate reality to cope with trauma or stress? Experts weigh in on the psychological factors that might explain his behavior. The Man from Lisbeth isn't the only case of someone appearing out of time. In 1954, a man with a passport from the non-existent country of Taured appeared in Tokyo. In the 1800s, a young boy in Germany claimed to be from a distant, mythical land called Caspar Hauser. These stories, though separated by time and geography, share eerie similarities. Could they all point to a phenomenon we don't yet understand? Throughout history, tales of time slips and mysterious strangers have permeated folklore. From Rip Van Winkle to the legends of the Green Children of Woolpit, cultures across the world have told stories of people displaced in time or space. These tales may serve as metaphors for cultural dislocation, societal change, or even the human fear of the unknown. But could they also be rooted in real events? Modern science continues to explore the boundaries of time and space. Could advancements in quantum mechanics one day provide evidence for phenomena like time slips? Or are these stories purely the result of human imagination? We already know that time can bend in extreme conditions, such as near a black hole. The real question is whether such distortions could occur on a smaller, human scale. Just as mysteriously as he appeared, the man from Lisbeth vanished. Some say he was institutionalized, while others believe he fled the town. No records of his name or fate remain. Was he silenced by authorities? Did he return to his own time? Or was he simply an enigmatic figure lost to history? Now, it's your turn. Could the Man from Lisbeth be evidence of time travel, a psychological anomaly, or something else entirely? Share your theories in the comments as we unravel this enigma together. The Man from Lisbeth reminds us that history is full of mysteries, puzzles that challenge our understanding of time, reality, and human nature. Until next time, keep exploring, questioning, and seeking the unknown. 2 voices. 2 lives. 1 unsolvable mystery. The story of June and Jennifer Gibbons, the silent twins, is one of the most haunting tales of psychological intrigue and tragedy. Tonight, we unravel the enigma of a bond so powerful it defied logic, and so destructive it led to an untimely death. Who were June and Jennifer? How did their bond become both their strength and their curse? Over the next 3 hours, we'll explore their lives in meticulous detail, diving into their childhood, their secrets, their crimes, and the pact that would change everything. June and Jennifer Gibbons were born on April 11, 1963, in Barbados. The Gibbons family was a typical working-class family, but their journey to Wales in the late 1960s marked the beginning of their unique struggles. Life in Wales wasn't easy for the Gibbons family. As one of the few black families in a predominantly white community, they faced prejudice and exclusion. But for June and Jennifer, the isolation wasn't just external, it was internal, too. From an early age, the twins developed a secret language, an intricate, fast-paced mix of English and Bajan Creole, spoken in perfect unison. To outsiders, it was incomprehensible, but to the twins, it was a lifeline, a world where they were safe from judgment. The Gibbons twins' language was a fascinating form of cryptophagia, a phenomenon often seen in twins. It was likely a response to their isolation, a way to create a private world where only they belonged. But this private world came at a cost. Their teachers noted that the twins rarely spoke to anyone else. Their silence became their defining feature, earning them the nickname the Silent Twins. For June and Jennifer, the bond was everything, and everyone else was irrelevant. During their teenage years, the twins began keeping detailed diaries. These journals revealed a complex and disturbing relationship, one filled with love, envy, and an inescapable sense of entrapment. We have become fatal enemies in each other's eyes. We feel the irritating, deadly rays come out of our bodies, stinging each other. I say to myself, can I get rid of my own shadow? Impossible. Without my shadow, would I die? Without my shadow, would I gain life, be free, or left to die? Their diaries were filled with such cryptic and haunting passages. They painted a picture of two girls trapped in a psychological prison, unable to live with or without each other. As the twins grew older, their behavior turned darker. In their late teens, they began experimenting with crime. It started with petty theft and escalated to arson. The twins set fire to a local school, a crime that would ultimately lead to their arrest. During their trial, their silence persisted. The court deemed them a danger to society, sentencing them to Broadmoor, a high-security psychiatric hospital. What drove the silent twins to such extremes? Was their bond a blessing or a curse? Stay tuned as we uncover the next chapter of their lives, including their time in Broadmoor and the tragic event that changed everything. Imagine waking up to find an entire village, 600 people, gone. No signs of struggle, no farewells, just an ominous silence, broken by a cryptic message: there is no salvation. This isn't a story from a novel or a movie. It happened in 1923, in the quiet Brazilian village of Rio Verde. Over the next 3 hours, we'll explore every detail, every theory, and every chilling clue surrounding one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. To understand the enigma, we must first step back in time and immerse ourselves in the life of Rio Verde. What kind of place was it? Who were its people? And why would an entire community disappear without a trace? In 1923, a group of travelers found Rio Verde in complete disarray. Doors were left ajar, meals half-eaten, and tools scattered as if dropped in haste. The scene was unnervingly ordinary, yet profoundly unsettling. The only clue? A message scrawled on a blackboard inside the village school: there is no salvation. Who wrote it? Was it a warning or a final testament? When people abandon their homes suddenly, there's usually an external threat. But here, we find no evidence of such a threat, no bodies, no footprints, no signs of a fight. To unravel this mystery, we must first understand the world Rio Verde existed in. The 1920s in Brazil were marked by political instability, with rebellions and guerrilla movements shaping the nation's landscape. Could the villagers have been caught in the crossfire of a political conflict? For context, consider the Roanoke colony in North America, where settlers vanished, leaving only the cryptic word Croton. Or the Anasazi people, who seemingly disappeared from the American Southwest. Are these cases connected by a common thread? Discuss Brazil's guerrilla warfare and potential forced evacuation. Analyze why no signs of violence were found. Explore possible threats like disease or famine. Question why belongings were left behind. Alien abduction theories, UFO sightings in Brazil. Curses and supernatural forces in Brazilian folklore. Investigate possible sinkholes or environmental calamities. Explain why the village infrastructure was untouched. The blackboard message, there is no salvation, is as haunting as it is enigmatic. Was it a warning for future visitors or a desperate cry for help? Messages like this can reflect mass hysteria, religious fear, or symbolic resignation. In the absence of context, it's open to interpretation. The story of Rio Verde lives on in whispers and folklore, often cited as proof of supernatural forces or government conspiracies. Similar cases, such as the Dyatlov Pass incident in Russia, only deepen the intrigue. We asked our viewers to share their thoughts on Rio Verde. Here are some of the most compelling theories. Whether it was human intervention, natural disaster, or something far more sinister, the vanishing of Rio Verde remains a stark reminder of how mysteries can defy explanation. What do you believe happened? Leave your theories in the comments, and join us next time as we explore another unsolved enigma. Imagine a quiet, ordinary village suddenly falling silent. 600 souls, gone, without a trace. Doors left open, meals half-eaten, tools abandoned mid-use. The only clue to their fate? A chilling message scrawled on a blackboard: there is no salvation. This isn't a legend or a fabricated tale, It is the true story of Horror Verde, a small Brazilian village that vanished in 1923. Before delving into the mystery, let us first understand what Horror Verde was, a tranquil community nestled in the heart of Brazil. Life here was simple. Families farmed, children played in the dusty streets, and the world beyond their village seemed like a distant dream. Yet, one day, that dream turned into a nightmare. The discovery was as startling as it was eerie. Travelers passing through the area stumbled upon the village. Expecting the usual bustle of rural life, they found only silence. The homes were intact, the food still warm in some places, but there wasn't a single soul in sight. In the center of the village was the school, where the travelers found a message written in haste on a blackboard: "There is no salvation." A cryptic statement, devoid of explanation, but heavy with meaning. Was it a warning? A final lament? Or something else entirely? To understand the disappearance of Horror Verde, we must place it in its historical context. Brazil in the 1920s was a nation grappling with political instability. Rebellions and guerrilla movements were common, and rural areas often found themselves caught in the crossfire. Could the people of Horror Verde have fled in fear of violence? There are parallels in history. Consider the Roanoke colony in North America, where settlers vanished, leaving only the enigmatic word, Croton. Or the Anasazi people, who abandoned their settlements in the American Southwest under mysterious circumstances. Are these events connected by a shared thread of human fear, natural disaster, or something more sinister? Several theories attempt to explain the vanishing of Horror Verde. One of the more plausible ideas involves political unrest. At the time, guerrilla warfare was spreading across Brazil, and rural communities were often displaced by these conflicts. Yet, if the villagers fled, why did they leave behind their belongings? Why was there no evidence of violence or struggle? Another theory suggests mass hysteria or a sudden threat, such as an outbreak of disease. In such cases, fear can drive people to abandon their homes without thought for their possessions. However, the sheer scale of this disappearance, every single resident, is difficult to explain. Then there are the more fantastical theories. Alien abduction is often whispered about in such cases, particularly in regions like Brazil, where UFO sightings are not uncommon. Could the villagers of Horror Verde have been taken by beings beyond our understanding? Others point to the supernatural. Brazilian folklore is rich with stories of curses, spirits, and otherworldly forces. Could the village have been the target of some dark, malevolent power? Skeptics dismiss such notions, but for many, the unexplained nature of the disappearance leaves the door open to these possibilities. Natural disasters are another potential explanation. Sinkholes, earthquakes, or sudden environmental changes can devastate communities. Yet, Horror Verde's infrastructure was untouched, ruling out many of these scenarios. And then there is the blackboard message: "There is no salvation." Its meaning has been debated for decades. Some see it as a religious statement, perhaps written in the face of an impending catastrophe. Others view it as a psychological marker, evidence of despair, mass panic, or even collective resignation. Experts have weighed in on the psychological implications of such messages. Fear, especially when shared by an entire community, can lead to extraordinary actions. The phrase could represent a collective acknowledgement of doom, whatever form that doom might have taken. Horror Verde's story has endured, passing from whispers to folklore and into the modern age. Similar mysteries, like the Dyatlov Pass incident in Russia or the disappearance of the Mary Celeste's crew, continue to capture our imagination. They remind us of the fragility of life and the limits of our understanding. To this day, no definitive answer exists. Theories abound, but the truth remains elusive. What happened to the villagers of Horror Verde? Did they leave willingly, or were they forced? Were they victims of human conflict, natural disaster, or something far stranger? In the end, the vanishing of Horror Verde is more than just an unsolved mystery. It is a testament to the unknown forces, both external and internal, that shape human existence. As we ponder the fate of this lost village, we are left with one question: what do you believe happened? January 2, 2000, Asheville, North Carolina. An ordinary evening takes a dark and mysterious turn when 18-year-old Zeb Quinn vanishes without a trace. What started as a simple car shopping trip turned into one of the most baffling missing person cases in modern history. Today, we're diving deep into the disappearance of Zeb Quinn, a case that's as perplexing as it is chilling. Zeb Wayne Quinn was just 18 years old when he disappeared. Described as shy but kind-hearted, Zeb worked at a local Walmart and was planning for his future. On the night of January 2, Zeb clocked out of his shift around 9 p.m. He had plans to meet his friend and coworker, Robert Jason Owens, to check out a car he was interested in buying. The two met as planned and began driving toward the dealership in separate cars. But then, something strange happened. As they were en route, Zeb received a page on his pager. The contents of that message have never been revealed, but whatever it said, it caused Zeb to panic. According to Owens, Zeb signaled him to pull over. He explained he had to make a quick phone call and would catch up later. Zeb then drove off in a hurry, and that was the last time anyone saw him. 2 days later, on January 4, Zeb's car was found abandoned in the parking lot of a local hospital. But this wasn't just an ordinary discovery. What investigators found inside the car raised more questions than answers. Inside the car was a live puppy, which didn't belong to Zeb. A jacket, also not belonging to him, was draped over the seat. The rear bumper of the car was smeared with lipstick, and a strange pair of lips had been drawn on the window. Additionally, a bottle and several empty drink cans were found scattered inside. These odd items created a trail of cryptic clues, but none provided any concrete answers. Who left them there, and why? Could these items have been left to confuse investigators? Or were they part of a sinister message? As the investigation unfolded, Robert Jason Owens, the last known person to see Zeb alive, became a person of interest. Owens told police that after Zeb sped off that night, he waited for him to return, but Zeb never did. However, Owens' behavior following the disappearance only deepened the mystery. The day after Zeb disappeared, Owens arrived at work with a swollen face and bruises. He told coworkers and police that he had been in a car accident, but no accident report was ever filed, and the details of his story didn't add up. Despite his suspicious behavior, there was no physical evidence linking Owens to Zeb's disappearance. Owens denied any involvement, but over the years, his name continued to surface in connection to other criminal activities, including a gruesome double murder in 2015. Over the years, several theories have emerged about what happened to Zeb Quinn. One of the most prominent theories is that Zeb was lured into a trap. The mysterious page he received that night may have come from someone he trusted, leading him into a dangerous situation. Some believe that Zeb's disappearance may have been related to a romantic entanglement or a personal conflict. Shortly before he vanished, Zeb had reportedly confided in friends about tension with someone he knew. Could this have escalated into violence? Others speculate that Zeb stumbled upon something he wasn't meant to see or became the target of a premeditated crime. The strange items left in his car, the puppy, the lipstick, and the jacket, have led some to theorize that his disappearance was staged to send a cryptic message, perhaps to someone else. Despite extensive investigations, the disappearance of Zeb Quinn remains unsolved. For years, his family has searched for answers, holding on to the hope that one day, the truth will come to light. But with each passing year, the case grows colder. The questions remain: who sent that page? What happened to Zeb after he drove off that night? And what do the strange items in his car truly mean? Until these questions are answered, Zeb's case will continue to haunt the town of Asheville and intrigue true crime enthusiasts worldwide. What do you think happened to Zeb Quinn? Was it a planned crime, a tragic accident, or something else entirely? Let us know your theories in the comments below. If you enjoyed this deep dive into an unsolved mystery, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more stories that keep you on the edge of your seat. Until next time, stay curious, and stay safe. Nestled in the rolling hills of Andalusia lies Belmez de la Moraleda, a small and serene village. But in 1971, this peaceful community became the center of one of the most unsettling mysteries in modern history, a phenomenon so strange, so inexplicable, that it continues to baffle scientists and mystics alike. This is the story of the Belmas faces. It began in August 1971 when Maria Gomez Camara, a humble homemaker, noticed something unusual on her kitchen floor, a dark stain that seemed to grow larger over time. At first, she thought little of it. But as days passed, the stain took on a disturbing shape. The stain began to resemble a human face, complete with eyes, a nose, and a mouth frozen in an eerie expression. Maria was horrified. She and her family tried scrubbing it away, but no matter how hard they cleaned, the face persisted. Desperate, Maria's husband and son decided to destroy the floor altogether. They dug it up, replaced it with fresh concrete, and hoped that would be the end of the ordeal. But just weeks later, another face appeared, this time more detailed and haunting than the last. This wasn't just a random stain. This was something much more sinister. Over time, more faces began to emerge, each distinct in its features and expressions. Some appeared sorrowful, others angry or pained. It was as if the house was alive. Word spread quickly through the small village. Soon, neighbors, priests, and journalists were crowding into Maria's home, all eager to see the faces for themselves. Reactions ranged from curiosity to outright fear. I couldn't believe my eyes. The faces were so clear, so human. It felt like they were watching me. Some believed the faces were a message from beyond, a warning or perhaps a cry for help. Others thought they were a curse brought upon the family. But no one could deny the eerie presence of these faces. As the phenomenon gained attention, so did the theories. Some believed the faces were the work of restless spirits. After all, the house was built on land that had once been a cemetery. Could the souls of the dead be trying to make contact with the living? Others had a more scientific explanation. They suggested the faces could be the result of pareidolia, a psychological phenomenon where the human brain sees familiar patterns, like faces, in random objects. But could pareidolia explain the level of detail and the persistence of these images? Curious and skeptical minds alike were drawn to the Gomez home. Paranormal investigators conducted seances, claiming to communicate with the spirits behind the faces. Some reported hearing faint voices, while others felt an unshakable presence in the house. Who are you? Why are you here? A faint, disembodied voice replies, we cannot leave. Whether these encounters were genuine or fabricated, they added another layer of mystery to an already baffling phenomenon. To uncover the truth, forensic scientists were brought in to analyze the floor. They took samples of the concrete, searching for evidence of paint, dye, or any artificial manipulation. The results were inconclusive. While no paint or pigments were found, the faces didn't seem to be the result of natural processes either. The mystery deepened. If this were a hoax, it's incredibly well done. But if it's not, then we're dealing with something we don't yet understand. For Maria Gomez Camara, this wasn't just a mystery, it was her reality. She lived in the house, surrounded by these faces, unable to escape their unyielding gaze. I don't know why this is happening. I pray every day for it to stop, but the faces keep coming. Maria's plight drew sympathy and skepticism in equal measure. Some accused her of orchestrating the phenomenon for fame, while others saw her as a victim of forces beyond her control. Even after Maria's death in 2004, the faces continued to appear. To this day, the house remains a site of fascination, attracting tourists, researchers, and paranormal enthusiasts from around the world. Standing here, you can feel it. There's something about this place that's unsettling. The Belmas faces have left an indelible mark on history, not just as a mystery, but as a reminder of how little we truly understand about the world around us. So, what are the Belmas faces? A supernatural phenomenon? A psychological trick? Or an elaborate hoax? Each theory has its merits and its flaws. But perhaps the true power of the Belmas faces lies not in solving the mystery, but in the questions they force us to ask. The Belmas vases remain one of the most compelling unsolved mysteries of our time. They challenge our perceptions, our beliefs, and our understanding of reality itself. What do you think? Are the Belmas vases a window into another world, or simply an illusion of our own making? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more journeys into the unexplained. In the summer of 1518, the city of Strasbourg, located in the Holy Roman Empire, became the epicenter of one of history's most inexplicable and terrifying events. This was a time of hardship, famine and disease stalked the land, and fear gripped the hearts of the people. Yet, amidst these grim conditions, a phenomenon both surreal and deadly unfolded. This is the story of the Dancing Plague, a mystery that continues to baffle scholars, scientists, and historians over 500 years later. To understand the events of 1518, we must first understand the world in which they occurred. Strasbourg, a prominent city in the Alsace region, was a hub of commerce and culture. Yet, in 1518, it was a city on the brink of collapse. Famine had ravaged the region for years, with poor harvests and skyrocketing grain prices leaving many to starve. Diseases such as the plague and smallpox were an ever-present threat. And as if that weren't enough, the church's grip on daily life filled many with a deep sense of guilt and fear of divine punishment. The people of Strasbourg lived under constant pressure, physical, emotional, and spiritual. It was a perfect storm for something extraordinary to happen. It began, as many historical mysteries do, with a single person. Frau Trophia, an ordinary woman by all accounts, became the unlikely harbinger of the strange events to come. On a warm July day, she stepped into the streets of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her movements were not graceful, but erratic, as though her body moved against her will. At first, her neighbors laughed, thinking it was some strange joke or an act of defiance. But as the hours turned into days, their amusement turned to concern. Frau Trophia danced relentlessly, stopping only when sheer exhaustion forced her to collapse, only to resume her dance after brief moments of rest. By the end of the week, others had joined her. At first, it was just a handful, but soon dozens were dancing uncontrollably in the streets. It was as if the plague had a mind of its own, choosing its victims indiscriminately. Men, women, and even children fell under its spell. By the end of the month, the number of dancers had swelled to hundreds. This was no joyful celebration. The dancers were in agony, their faces contorted in pain. Many danced until their feet bled, collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Some even danced to their deaths. The city was in chaos, and the authorities were desperate for answers. The physicians of the time were baffled. They dismissed supernatural explanations, such as witchcraft or possession, and instead turned to the theory of hot blood, an imbalance in the body's humors. Their prescription? More dancing. Believing that the dancers needed to expel the fever from their bodies, the city erected stages and hired musicians to keep the afflicted dancing. But instead of curing the plague, this intervention only seemed to make it worse. The epidemic spiraled out of control. By September, the dancing plague had mysteriously ended as abruptly as it began. The survivors were left traumatized, and many never fully recovered. The city tried to move on, but the memory of that summer lingered like a dark shadow over Strasbourg. In the years that followed, the dancing plague was spoken of in hushed tones, a cautionary tale of divine wrath, or perhaps a warning about the fragility of the human mind. Centuries later, the mystery of the dancing plague continues to fascinate and perplex. Modern scientists and historians have proposed several theories. One of the most popular is ergot poisoning, a hallucinogenic mold that grows on damp rye. Ergot can cause convulsions, hallucinations, and other symptoms similar to those observed in the dancers. Others believe it was a case of mass psychogenic illness, brought on by the extreme stress and hardships faced by the people of Strasbourg. The theory suggests that the dancing was a psychological response to the collective trauma of famine and disease. But not everyone is convinced. Some suggest supernatural causes, such as divine punishment or curses, while others see it as a form of social rebellion against the oppressive conditions of the time. The dancing plague of 1518 serves as a chilling reminder of how external pressures can manifest in strange and unexpected ways. Could something similar happen in our modern world? Some experts believe it's possible, especially in times of collective stress or fear. The truth behind the dancing plague may never be fully understood. But one thing is certain, it remains one of history's most haunting and enduring mysteries. What would you have done if you had lived in Strasbourg that summer? Would you have been a helpless onlooker, or would you have joined the dance? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more stories that blur the line between fact and fiction. In 1803, the peaceful shores of Hitachi province in Japan bore witness to an enigma that has puzzled humanity for over 2 centuries. A peculiar vessel, unlike anything seen before, drifted ashore. Inside, a woman of strange appearance and speech guarded a small, mysterious box. Who was she? Where did she come from? And what secrets did her vessel hold? This is the story of the Utsuro Bune, a tale that blurs the lines between history, legend, and the unexplained. The year was 1803, during Japan's Edo period, a time of isolation and strict borders. On February 22, local fishermen in Hitachi province spotted an unusual object bobbing in the water. Curiosity drove them closer, only to find a circular vessel unlike anything they had ever seen. This hollow ship, or Utsuro Bune in Japanese, measured about 3.3 meters in diameter and was crafted from wood and metal. Its shape resembled an incense burner, and its interior was decorated with inscriptions in an unknown language. Inside the vessel was something, or rather, someone, truly extraordinary, a young woman with pale skin, fiery red hair, and attire made of unfamiliar materials. Clutching a small, ornate box, she remained silent, her language unintelligible to the locals. Her very presence raised more questions than answers. The woman's appearance was as baffling as the vessel she arrived in. Descriptions from the time paint a vivid picture. She was between 18 and 20 years old, her hair dyed a reddish hue and styled in ways unknown to the locals. Her clothing, made of exotic fabrics, suggested she hailed from a distant land, or perhaps, somewhere even stranger. No one could decipher her language. The words she spoke were unlike anything known in Japan at the time. Equally perplexing was her attachment to the small box she carried. She refused to part with it, shielding it from prying eyes. What secrets did it hold? Why was it so important to her? The fishermen were left with an impossible decision. Unable to understand her or the purpose of her journey, they eventually chose to push the Utsuro Bune back into the sea, allowing it to drift away. Was this an act of mercy, or one of fear? The Utsuro Bune itself is a mystery as captivating as the woman it carried. Historical texts describe it as a blend of wood and metal, adorned with symbols that defied interpretation. Its circular design and metallic edges have led to endless speculation. The descriptions of the Utsuro Bune are strikingly unique for its time. Some suggest it could have been an early form of a submarine or a sophisticated maritime vessel. Others draw parallels to modern UFO sightings, citing its shape and cryptic inscriptions as evidence of extraterrestrial origins. Was the Utsuro Bune an advanced piece of human craftsmanship? Or was it something far beyond our understanding, perhaps a visitor from another world? Over the centuries, scholars, historians, and enthusiasts have proposed countless theories to explain the Utsuro Bune. One theory suggests that the woman and her vessel originated from a foreign land, possibly Europe or Russia. Her unusual appearance and language could indicate she was a castaway, carried to Japan's shores by the ocean currents. However, this doesn't explain the vessel's unique design or the cryptic symbols found inside. Others believe the Utsuro Bune was an extraterrestrial craft, and the woman an alien visitor. The vessel's advanced design, its metallic components, and the strange language all lend credence to this possibility, at least for those open to the idea of life beyond Earth. Some argue that the Utsuro Bune story is a piece of folklore, symbolic of Japan's isolation during the Edo period. In this interpretation, the woman represents the fear, or fascination, of the unknown world beyond Japan's borders. And then, there's the time traveler theory. Could the woman have been from the future, her vessel a machine capable of transcending time? While purely speculative, this idea has captured the imagination of countless storytellers. The tale of the Utsuro-bune has left an indelible mark on Japanese culture and beyond. From inspiring art and literature to fueling debates among UFO enthusiasts, its legacy endures as one of Japan's greatest mysteries. In the end, the story of the Utsuro-bune is more than just a mystery, it's a window into humanity's endless fascination with the unknown. The Utsuro-bune reminds us that the world is full of stories that defy explanation. Whether it was a foreign ship, an alien craft, or a tale born from human imagination, the mystery endures. What do you think? Was this an early encounter with extraterrestrial life, or something else entirely? Share your theories in the comments below. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the unknown. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon for more fascinating mysteries. Until next time, keep wondering. In the heart of Florida lies the Coral Castle, a stunning structure built by a single man, Edward Leedskalnin, who weighed just 100 pounds. This modern-day enigma has baffled engineers and historians alike. Constructed in the 1920s, it features massive coral blocks, some weighing over 30 tons, yet Leedskalnin moved them with apparent ease. How did he do it? Some say he harnessed the power of magnetism, while others believe he used simple machines and leverage. What's even more intriguing is the love story behind it. Leedskalnin built this castle for his lost love, a 16-year-old girl who jilted him. Each stone tells a tale of heartbreak and obsession. The precision of the carvings and the alignment with celestial bodies suggest a deeper knowledge of engineering and astronomy. Today, Coral Castle stands not just as a monument of stone, but as a testament to human ingenuity and the mysteries of the heart. In Homestead, Florida, stands one of the most baffling architectural wonders of the modern world, the Coral Castle. Built by one man, Edward Leedskalnin, this intricate structure of colossal coral stones has puzzled engineers, scientists, and curious visitors for decades. How could one man, standing just 5 feet tall and weighing barely 100 pounds, construct such a massive and intricate creation? Edward claimed he had uncovered the secrets of the ancient pyramids, but he took those secrets to his grave, leaving behind a monument shrouded in mystery. Edward's story begins in Latvia in 1887. As a young man, he fell deeply in love with a woman he called his Sweet 16. Tragically, she broke off their engagement just before their wedding, leaving Edward heartbroken. In the wake of his despair, he emigrated to the United States and eventually settled in Florida, where he began work on the Coral Castle, a labor of love and devotion to his lost sweetheart. The Coral Castle, however, is no ordinary monument. Constructed entirely of oolite limestone, often mistakenly referred to as coral, some of its stones weigh as much as 30 tons. Yet Edward worked alone, without the use of modern machinery. Witnesses described him working only at night, in complete secrecy, and many locals claim they never saw him actually moving the stones. One of the castle's most impressive features is the 9-ton revolving gate. Perfectly balanced, it once swung open with the lightest touch. How Edward managed to achieve this level of precision remains unknown, especially considering the rudimentary tools he reportedly used. Today, even with modern technology, recreating such a feat would be a challenge. Edward's methods have sparked countless theories. Some believe he used simple tools and an unparalleled understanding of physics. Others suggest he tapped into magnetic or gravitational forces, pointing to Edward's cryptic statements about discovering the secrets of the pyramids. He never explained his process, leaving behind only a series of puzzling pamphlets filled with diagrams and vague explanations. The Coral Castle isn't just a testament to Edward's engineering genius, it's also a place filled with symbols and mysteries. A giant stone sundial marks the passage of time, while celestial carvings suggest a deep knowledge of astronomy. The site's layout seems deliberate, perhaps even imbued with hidden meaning. Was Edward attempting to convey a message? Or was this simply a reflection of his inner world, a blend of heartbreak, determination, and genius? Visitors to the Coral Castle often describe a sense of wonder and curiosity. How did Edward move these massive stones? Why did he dedicate his life to this solitary project? And what secrets did he take with him when he passed away in 1951? The Coral Castle remains an enduring enigma. It stands as both a monument to unrequited love and a challenge to our understanding of what one person can achieve. Edward Leedskalnin may be gone, but his creation continues to inspire awe, inviting us to ponder the mysteries of human potential and the secrets of the universe. Perhaps the true magic of the Coral Castle lies not in how it was built, but in the questions it leaves us asking. Sometimes, the most profound mysteries are the ones we'll never solve. On the morning of December 1, 1948, the quiet sands of Somerton Beach in Adelaide, Australia, became the stage for one of the greatest mysteries of the 20th century. A man, dressed immaculately in a suit and tie, was found slumped against a seawall. His shoes were polished, his hair neatly combed. Yet, this man carried no identification, no name. His story would leave behind more questions than answers, a puzzle that still baffles the world today. This is the story of the Somerton Man, a man who has come to symbolize one of the strangest enigmas in forensic history. Who was he? Why was he there? And why has no one come forward to claim him, even after more than 7 decades? It began with a morning walk. A pair of locals strolling along Somerton Beach spotted a man slumped against a seawall. At first glance, he appeared to be sleeping. His head was tilted back, his legs stretched out, his arms resting by his sides. But something was off. When approached, the man did not stir. The police were called, and soon, it became clear, this was no ordinary death. The man appeared to have taken great care in his appearance. His shoes were recently polished, his hair meticulously combed. Yet, there was no wallet, no identification, not even a name sewn into his clothing. Even more bizarrely, the labels on all of his garments had been removed, a clear sign that someone wanted to erase his identity. News of the mysterious man spread quickly through Adelaide. Who was he? Why had he come to this quiet beach? And most importantly, how did he die? The autopsy revealed little about the man's death. There were no signs of trauma, no indications of violence. However, the medical examiner noted something unusual. The man's spleen was 3 times its normal size, and his liver showed signs of congestion. These symptoms pointed to poisoning, yet no traces of poison were found in his system. It was as if the man had simply stopped living. The lack of evidence was maddening. Without a clear cause of death, speculation ran wild. Was it a natural death, perhaps from a rare illness? Or was it something far more sinister, a calculated murder designed to leave no trace? 2 weeks later, investigators found the first major clue. Sewn into a hidden pocket in the man's trousers was a small, rolled-up piece of paper. On it were 2 words, Tamam Shud. Translated from Persian, Tamam Shud means ended or finished. The phrase appeared in the final page of a rare poetry book, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. This cryptic clue raised more questions than answers. Why would this man carry such a specific phrase in a hidden pocket? And what was its significance? The phrase was eventually traced to a copy of the Rubaiyat that had been discarded in a man's car near Somerton Beach. Inside the book, detectives found yet another clue, a series of letters scrawled in the back. To this day, no one has deciphered these letters. Was it a code? A cipher used by spies? Or a random jumble of letters with no meaning at all? With no identity, no cause of death, and a cryptic message as the only clue, the case took on a life of its own. Over the decades, countless theories have emerged. Some believe the Somerton Man was a Cold War spy. During the 1940s, Adelaide was home to a secretive U.S. military base. Could the man have been involved in espionage, his death a result of international intrigue? Others suggest a more personal explanation. Was the man's death a tragic love story? Some speculate he had traveled to Adelaide to reunite with a lover, only to meet a tragic end. And then there's the possibility of an untraceable poison, one that left no residue, a theory that points to sophisticated knowledge of toxicology. Despite decades of dead ends, recent advancements in forensic science have reignited hope in solving the mystery. In 2021, researchers extracted DNA from the man's preserved hair and began building a genetic profile. Early results suggest a possible connection to the United States, raising new questions about the man's origins and his ties to Australia. Today, the Somerton Man remains one of the most enigmatic figures in Australian history. His story has inspired books, documentaries, and even songs. But for every theory that emerges, a new question arises. Who was this man? Was he a victim of foul play, or did his death hold a deeper, more personal meaning? Perhaps, like the phrase he carried in his pocket, the Somerton Man's story was meant to remain unfinished, an eternal riddle, forever shrouded in mystery. What do you think happened to the Somerton Man? Could the key to solving this puzzle still be out there, waiting to be discovered? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. On a chilly November morning in 1970, a hiker stumbled upon a discovery that would baffle investigators for decades. In Norway's Istelen, also known as Death Valley, lay the charred remains of an unidentified woman. Her body was surrounded by peculiar clues, bottles of gasoline, mysterious labels stripped from clothing, and coded notes. Who was this enigmatic woman? Was she a spy, a victim of foul play, or did she take her own life? This is the unsolved mystery of the Istel woman, a case that defies explanation. It was November 29, 1970, when the Istel woman was discovered by a man hiking with his daughters. Her body was partially burned, and investigators noted that her wrists were positioned oddly, almost as if in a defensive posture. Close to her, they found strange items, a pair of boots, a burned passport, and empty bottles that once held gasoline. The labels had been meticulously removed from her clothing, and no identifying documents were found. The autopsy revealed a chilling detail: the woman had ingested 50 to 70 fentanyl pills, a potent sedative. But if this was a suicide, why the gasoline? Why the elaborate erasure of her identity? In the days that followed, more questions emerged. Inside 2 suitcases left at the Bergen railway station, investigators discovered wigs, eyeglasses without prescriptions, and clothing, all with the labels removed. Even stranger were the cryptic notes written in a code that baffled investigators. Eventually, the code was cracked, revealing a list of locations and dates. It appeared the woman had been traveling extensively throughout Europe. She had checked into multiple hotels under various aliases, including Fenella Lorch and Claudia Tielt. Each time, she claimed to be from different countries. But why was she moving from city to city, adopting new identities along the way? The Istel woman's case captured the public's imagination, leading to a storm of theories. Some believed she was a Cold War spy, moving covertly across borders. The 1970s were rife with espionage, and Norway's proximity to Russia made it a hotspot for intelligence activity. Others suggested she was involved in illicit activities, perhaps a smuggler or part of an underground network. There were even whispers of the supernatural, with some claiming the area around her body was cursed, a nod to the name Death Valley. The spy theory gained traction when it was revealed that the Istel woman often asked for rooms with balconies overlooking the city, a common tactic used by spies to transmit or receive signals. Her aliases, too, seemed carefully crafted, with slight linguistic variations, to avoid suspicion. Furthermore, her travel patterns coincided with locations of military significance, leading some to speculate she was gathering intelligence. But if she was a spy, who was she working for? And why was her death staged in such a bizarre manner? Despite extensive efforts, the Istel woman's true identity remains unknown. A forensic reconstruction of her face provided the public with an idea of what she might have looked like, but no one came forward to claim her. Her dental records suggested she had undergone unique procedures in Eastern Europe, adding another layer of intrigue. In recent years, advances in forensic science have allowed experts to extract isotopes from her teeth, which revealed she likely spent time in Central Europe during her childhood. This new information narrowed down her possible origins, but failed to provide a definitive answer. To this day, the Istel woman's case remains unsolved. Was she a spy caught in the crosshairs of international intrigue? A victim of a tragic personal struggle? Or something else entirely? Each clue, from the coded notes to the wigs and aliases, paints a picture of a life shrouded in mystery. Yet, none of it brings us closer to the truth. Some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, their secrets buried with those who lived them. The Istal woman's story is a haunting reminder of the unknown, a puzzle with too many pieces missing. Until we uncover the truth, her story lingers, a ghost of the past echoing into the present. In the heart of Scotland lies a bridge cloaked in mystery and tragedy, a bridge where an unsettling phenomenon has baffled scientists, locals, and paranormal enthusiasts for decades. Welcome to the Overtown Bridge, a place many now call the Dog Suicide Bridge. What dark force lurks here? Is it science, superstition, or something more sinister? Since the 1950s, this picturesque stone bridge near Dumbarton has earned a chilling reputation. Reports claim that over 50 dogs have inexplicably leapt to their deaths from this very spot. What compels these otherwise healthy dogs to jump? Some say it's the work of malevolent spirits. Overtown Bridge is steeped in local lore. The area is said to be a thin place, a Celtic term for locations where the veil between the physical world and the spiritual realm is at its thinnest. Could this explain the strange happenings here? Dogs have an acute sense of smell, far beyond human capability. The most plausible explanation is that the dogs are attracted by the scent of mink, which are abundant in the area. Mink scent contains pheromones that can excite dogs, especially hunting breeds. This could explain why certain dogs leap off the bridge, unaware of the fatal drop below. Science offers a logical explanation, but it doesn't account for the eerie consistency. Why always the same spot on the bridge? And why have some owners described their dogs as being in a trance-like state before jumping? Overtown Bridge is adjacent to Overtown House, which has its own share of ghost stories. Some believe the spirit of the White Lady of Overtown, a grieving widow, haunts the grounds. Could her restless energy influence the animals? While there's no definitive proof of paranormal activity, the stories persist, adding a chilling layer to the bridge's already dark history. My dog just froze on the bridge, then bolted straight for the edge. It was like he wasn't himself. Thankfully, I managed to grab him just in time. Stories like these are common, with some owners left shaken and seeking answers for what they witnessed. The Overtown Bridge continues to hold its secrets tightly. Whether it's the pull of nature, the whispers of the paranormal, or a tragic coincidence, one thing is certain: this bridge is unlike any other. What do you think? Is the mystery of Overtown Bridge a case of science or the supernatural? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time as we explore another unsolved mystery. In the rugged heart of the Arizona desert lies a land steeped in legend, a land where jagged peaks and endless skies conceal a mystery that has captured imaginations for generations. This is the tale of the Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine, one of the most enduring legends in American history. A treasure hidden within these mountains, or perhaps a story spun to distract and deceive. The legend begins in the 19th century, with a man named Jacob Waltz, known to history as the Dutchman. But was Waltz truly the keeper of a golden secret, or merely a shadowy figure whose story has been embellished over time? Jacob Waltz was not Dutch at all, but a German immigrant who arrived in the United States during the mid-1800s. Like many of his contemporaries, he was lured westward by the promise of riches during the gold rush. But unlike most, Waltz's story didn't end in disappointment, it ended in mystery. Little is known about Waltz's early years in Arizona, but by the 1870s, he was said to have discovered something extraordinary, a hidden gold mine of unparalleled richness. According to legend, Waltz kept the location of this mine a closely guarded secret, sharing it with no one. In 1891, Waltz fell gravely ill and was taken in by a local woman named Julia Thomas. As he lay dying, Waltz reportedly revealed the location of his gold mine, drawing a crude map and describing landmarks such as Weaver's Needle, a prominent spire in the Superstition Mountains. But the details were cryptic, and Julia Thomas's subsequent attempts to locate the mine were unsuccessful. The treasure remained hidden, and so began a frenzy of speculation and exploration that continues to this day. The Superstition Mountains, named for the eerie legends that surround them, have long been a source of mystery. To the indigenous Pima and Apache peoples, these mountains were sacred and dangerous. They spoke of spirits that guarded the land and warned against venturing too far into the wilderness. The superstitions are a harsh and unforgiving landscape. It's easy to get lost, and the weather can turn deadly in an instant. But for treasure hunters, the promise of gold has always outweighed the risks. Over the years, countless people have ventured into these mountains in search of the lost Dutchman's gold mine. Some have returned empty-handed, others have disappeared without a trace, and a few have met tragic ends. The curse of the lost Dutchman is a recurring theme in its legend. Could this treasure be guarded by something more than natural dangers? Or is the gold itself the source of the misfortune? The clues left by Jacob Waltz have been dissected and debated for over a century. Among the most famous is his mention of Weaver's Needle, a towering rock formation that many believe is key to finding the mine. Waltz also described specific landmarks, a shaded canyon, a hidden spring, and a rock shaped like a heart. But these descriptions are vague and could apply to many locations within the vast superstition range. Some treasure hunters claim to have found additional clues, ancient Spanish carvings, buried artifacts, and mysterious markings on rocks. Could these be signs of the mine, or merely relics from other adventurers? There's no doubt that the Superstition Mountains are rich in mineral deposits. But whether there's a vein of gold as rich as the legend suggests is another question entirely. The search for the lost Dutchman's gold mine has come at a cost. Over the decades, many treasure hunters have lost their lives in the mountains. Some succumb to the elements, others to accidents, and a few under circumstances that remain unexplained. We've had cases where experienced hikers vanished without a trace. It's easy to get disoriented out here, but there are also stories of foul play, of treasure hunters turning on each other in their quest for gold. One of the most infamous cases is that of Adolf Ruth, a prospector who disappeared in 1931. His skull was later found with a bullet hole, sparking rumors of murder. Did Ruth come too close to finding the mine, or was he simply the victim of bad luck? In 1997, a sound was recorded in the South Pacific that would send chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Known as the bloop, this mysterious noise was so powerful it could be detected over 5,000 kilometers away. Scientists initially speculated it might be a colossal sea creature, larger than a blue whale, lurking in the depths. Others linked it to H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, suggesting something ancient and terrifying might lie beneath the waves. The most plausible explanation, however, points to an icequake, massive chunks of ice fracturing and creating low-frequency sounds. Yet, even with this explanation, the bloop remains an enigma, a reminder of how little we truly know about our oceans. What secrets might still be hidden in the abyss? Imagine a sound so loud that it could be heard over 5,000 kilometers away, an eerie, otherworldly noise emanating from the depths of the ocean, recorded by hydrophones designed to detect Cold War-era submarines. In 1997, such a sound was captured in the remote South Pacific Ocean. Named the bloop, this unexplained noise was unlike anything ever recorded before. It was so powerful that it suggested a source larger than even the biggest known sea creatures. But the true origin of the bloop remains one of the ocean's greatest enigmas. Was it a colossal, undiscovered sea creature lurking in the abyss? A secret military experiment? Or something even stranger? Today, we dive deep into the mystery of the bloop, an anomaly that has baffled scientists, researchers, and conspiracy theorists for decades. The story of the bloop begins with a classified U.S. Navy program from the Cold War era. The Sound Surveillance System, SOSUS, was originally developed to track Soviet submarines by deploying a network of hydrophones across the ocean floor. After the Cold War ended, the system was repurposed for scientific research, allowing oceanographers to monitor underwater seismic activity, ice movements, and marine life sounds. It was through this network that, in 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, detected something unusual. The sound, later dubbed the bloop, was picked up multiple times by hydrophones placed over 5,000 kilometers apart, indicating that its source was not only powerful but also massive. Dr. Christopher Fox, a NOAA oceanographer, initially suggested that the bloop did not match known sounds of marine creatures. It was far louder than the calls of the loudest whales and had a unique, organic frequency pattern that ruled out human-made origins such as submarines or underwater explosions. The mystery deepened as researchers struggled to explain what could produce such an immense noise in the remote depths of the ocean. As soon as the bloop was made public, theories began to circulate, some grounded in science, others in pure speculation. One of the most exciting and terrifying theories was that the bloop was produced by an enormous, unknown sea creature. The sound had an organic quality, meaning it closely resembled those made by living organisms. However, if a creature were responsible, it would have to be several times larger than a blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. Could this be evidence of a deep-sea leviathan, a real-life kraken, or even a modern-day megalodon? Some cryptozoologists and conspiracy theorists were quick to suggest that the bloop was proof of undiscovered marine life lurking in the abyssal depths. Even if the bloop is explained as an icequake, it highlights a greater truth: we know astonishingly little about our oceans. Over 80% of the ocean remains unexplored. New species are discovered in the deep sea every year, some more bizarre than anything imagined. Unexplained underwater sounds continue to be detected, hinting at mysteries still waiting to be uncovered. Was the bloop truly just an icequake, or did something massive stir in the depths that year? Until we can explore the deepest corners of the ocean, some mysteries may never be fully solved. What do you think? Could an undiscovered leviathan still be lurking beneath the waves?
The enigma of the bloop, a deep-sea mystery. Imagine a sound so loud that it could be heard over 5,000 kilometers away, an eerie, otherworldly noise emanating from the depths of the ocean, recorded by hydrophones designed to detect Cold War-era submarines. In 1997, such a sound was captured in the remote South Pacific Ocean. Named the bloop, this unexplained noise was unlike anything ever recorded before. It was so powerful that it suggested a source larger than even the biggest known sea creatures. But the true origin of the bloop remains one of the ocean's greatest enigmas. Was it a colossal, undiscovered sea creature lurking in the abyss? A secret military experiment? Or something even stranger? Today, we dive deep into the mystery of the bloop, an anomaly that has baffled scientists, researchers, and conspiracy theorists for decades. Chapter 1: Discovery of the bloop. The story of the bloop begins with a classified U.S. Navy program from the Cold War era. The Sound Surveillance System, SOSUS, was originally developed to track Soviet submarines by deploying a network of hydrophones across the ocean floor. After the Cold War ended, the system was repurposed for scientific research, allowing oceanographers to monitor underwater seismic activity, ice movements, and marine life sounds. It was through this network that, in 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, detected something unusual. The sound, later dubbed the bloop, was picked up multiple times by hydrophones placed over 5,000 kilometers apart, indicating that its source was not only powerful but also massive. Dr. Christopher Fox, an NOAA oceanographer, initially suggested that the bloop did not match known sounds of marine creatures. It was far louder than the calls of the loudest whales and had a unique, organic frequency pattern that ruled out human-made origins such as submarines or underwater explosions. The mystery deepened as researchers struggled to explain what could produce such an immense noise in the remote depths of the ocean. Chapter 2: Theories and Speculation. As soon as the bloop was made public, theories began to circulate, some grounded in science, others in pure speculation. 1. The colossal sea creature hypothesis. One of the most exciting and terrifying theories was that the bloop was produced by an enormous, unknown sea creature. The sound had an organic quality, meaning it closely resembled those made by living organisms. However, if a creature were responsible, it would have to be several times larger than a blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. Could this be evidence of a deep-sea leviathan, a real-life kraken, or even a modern-day megalodon? Some cryptozoologists and conspiracy theorists were quick to suggest that the bloop was proof of undiscovered marine life lurking in the abyssal depths. 2. The Cthulhu mythos connection. In an unexpected twist, some linked the bloop to the works of H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft's 1928 short story The Call of Cthulhu describes a massive, tentacled entity slumbering beneath the Pacific Ocean in a sunken city called Arli. Interestingly, the coordinates for Arli given in Lovecraft's story roughly match the location of the bloop's origin. Could it be possible that something ancient and terrifying lies dormant in the depths, stirring only occasionally to produce these eerie sounds? 3. The icequake hypothesis. A more scientifically plausible theory was that the bloop was caused by the fracturing of glacial ice, a phenomenon known as an icequake. Large chunks of ice breaking off from Antarctica or underwater ice sheets can generate loud, low-frequency noises that resemble the bloop's characteristics. Over the years, similar sounds have been recorded and attributed to ice movements, lending credibility to this explanation. But some argue that the bloop's pattern still does not completely match those of known icequakes, keeping the mystery alive. 4. Military experiments or underwater bases. Some theorists speculate that the bloop was not natural at all but rather the result of classified military experiments. Could the U.S. Navy have been testing new underwater technologies or weapons? Could an unknown deep-sea base exist in the Pacific, hidden from public knowledge? While no solid evidence supports this, the secrecy surrounding military sonar programs has only fueled speculation. Chapter 3. Attempts to solve the mystery. In the years following the bloop's discovery, multiple research expeditions sought to pinpoint its origin. NOAA continued to monitor underwater sounds, hoping to detect something similar again. While other unusual ocean sounds have been recorded, none matched the power and distinctiveness of the original bloop. Some researchers attempted to triangulate its exact location, but the vast, unexplored depths of the Pacific abyssal plain made investigation nearly impossible. Meanwhile, oceanographers tried to replicate the bloop using icequake data, but discrepancies remained, keeping alternative theories alive. Chapter 4. The 21st Century Verdict. In 2012, NOAA officially classified the bloop as an icequake, stating that its frequency and characteristics matched those of known ice fracturing events near Antarctica. This explanation is widely accepted in the scientific community. However, skeptics argue that the bloop remains an anomaly, pointing out that even NOAA's explanation lacks conclusive evidence. Some believe the mystery is far from settled, while others see it as a classic case of science versus speculation. Conclusion: the ocean still holds secrets. Even if the bloop is explained as an icequake, it highlights a greater truth: we know astonishingly little about our oceans. Over 80% of the ocean remains unexplored. New species are discovered in the deep sea every year, some more bizarre than anything imagined. Unexplained underwater sounds continue to be detected, hinting at mysteries still waiting to be uncovered. Was the bloop truly just an icequake, or did something massive stir in the depths that year? Until we can explore the deepest corners of the ocean, some mysteries may never be fully solved. What do you think?
In the quiet French countryside, near the village of Glosel, an unassuming farmer made a discovery that would shake the world of archaeology to its core. Strange clay tablets, covered in unknown symbols, buried beneath the earth for centuries, perhaps millennia. What were they? Who made them? And why did their discovery lead to a storm of accusations, controversy, and even secret government involvement? This is the story of the Glosel tablets, an enigma that has haunted historians for a century. Were they proof of a forgotten European civilization, lost to time? Or were they the work of an ambitious forger? Let's dive into this unsolved mystery. Our story begins in 1924, in the small French village of Glosel. A 17-year-old farmer, Émile Fradin, was working the land with his grandfather when something unexpected happened. As their plow struck the ground, it hit something hard. Digging deeper, they uncovered a stone chamber. Inside were strange clay tablets, pottery, and what appeared to be ancient bones. At first, Fradin and his family didn't realize the significance of their find. But as more objects surfaced, objects unlike anything ever seen before, it became clear that they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Among the items were clay tablets inscribed with unknown symbols, resembling an unrecorded form of writing, ceramic figurines and stone tools, hinting at an early civilization, bones, some human, some animal, raising more questions about the site's history. Word spread quickly. What had this young farmer uncovered? A lost civilization? A forgotten script? Or something even stranger? It wasn't long before archaeologists took an interest in Glosal. One of the first experts on the scene was Dr. Antonin Morlet, a French physician and amateur archaeologist. Upon seeing the artifacts, he was convinced they were authentic. Morlet excavated over 3,000 objects from the site, including engraved tablets with symbols unlike any known language, carved stones that appeared to show early forms of art, tools and weapons made of flint and bone. His conclusion? The site was ancient, possibly dating back thousands of years. But not everyone agreed. And soon, the controversy began. As news of the Glosal discovery spread, the archaeological community split into two factions: those who believed the site contained genuine prehistoric artifacts and those who dismissed it as a clever hoax. One of the most vocal skeptics was Salomon Reinach, a prominent archaeologist. He argued that the inscriptions looked too modern to be prehistoric. If the tablets were real, why hadn't anything similar been found elsewhere? Others pointed to inconsistencies in the artifacts. Some symbols seemed to resemble Phoenician, Greek, and Latin letters, despite being supposedly thousands of years old. Even the French government got involved. In 1927, an official commission declared the artifacts forgeries, and Freyden was accused of fabricating the entire discovery. But was this really a hoax? Or was something else going on? As the controversy escalated, Emil Freyden found himself at the center of a legal battle. He was accused of creating the artifacts himself, a serious charge for a poor farmer with no formal education. But then, something strange happened. One night, in 1928, someone broke into Freyden's home. They ransacked the place, looking for something. But what? The original tablets? Proof of a conspiracy? Whoever was behind the break-in, they were never caught. And the mystery only deepened. For decades, the mystery of the Glosal tablets remained unsolved. But in the 1970s and 1990s, new scientific techniques allowed for radiocarbon dating of some of the artifacts. The results? Some of the objects did date back thousands of years, proving the site contained authentic ancient artifacts. But the biggest question remained: what about the tablets? Were they genuinely ancient? Or had someone, perhaps even Freyden himself, added inscriptions to real artifacts? Despite modern analysis, no definitive answer has been found. Nearly a century after their discovery, the Glosal tablets continue to baffle historians, linguists, and archaeologists. Were they evidence of a lost civilization? A clever hoax? Or something even stranger? What do you think? Are the Glosal tablets the key to a forgotten past, or simply one of the greatest hoaxes in history? Let us know in the comments. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the unknown, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more mysteries from Cryptiverse. Beneath the rolling hills of Europe, hidden beneath forests, fields, and villages, lies a secret world. A labyrinth of underground tunnels, ancient and enigmatic. These passageways, known as Erdstall tunnels, span across Germany, Austria, and beyond. They are cramped, often just large enough for a single person to crawl through. Some lead to dead ends. Others connect to small chambers, their purpose unknown. No artifacts. No signs of prolonged habitation. No clear records of who built them, or why. Are these tunnels remnants of a lost civilization? Religious sanctuaries? Escape routes from medieval invaders? Or could their origins be even stranger? Join us as we descend into the mystery of the Erdstall tunnels. The term Erdstall comes from German and loosely translates to earth stable or earth stall. These tunnels are usually found in Central Europe, with most located in Austria, Germany, France, and the Czech Republic. Some estimates suggest there are over 2,000 such tunnels across the continent. The construction of Erdstall tunnels follows a peculiar pattern. They are extremely narrow, often less than 1.2 meters, 4 feet, high, forcing people to crawl. Many feature a schlupf, a tiny passage only 40 centimeters, 16 inches, wide, just large enough for a person to squeeze through. They rarely have multiple exits or air shafts. No evidence suggests they were used as permanent dwellings. What could be the reason behind such a design? If these were meant to be shelters or hideouts, why make them so small and suffocating? The tunnels don't make sense in a conventional way. They are too small for normal movement, yet they were clearly crafted with intent. Whoever built them did not prioritize comfort, but rather secrecy, or ritual. One of the most common explanations is that Erdstall tunnels were used as hiding places during times of war or invasion. Europe, especially in medieval times, was no stranger to violence. The frequent raids, feudal conflicts, and religious strife could have forced people to build underground sanctuaries. However, there's a problem with this theory. The tunnels often lack secondary exits. If someone were hiding inside and an enemy discovered the entrance, there would be no escape. Furthermore, the lack of supplies, air circulation, and space makes long-term survival inside these tunnels highly improbable. Another possibility is that these tunnels were once storage areas for food, valuables, or sacred objects. In medieval times, people stored grain, cheese, and other perishables underground to keep them cool. However, Erdstall tunnels are far too small and oddly shaped for efficient storage. Unlike granaries or cellars, they don't have shelves or compartments. Some scholars believe that Erdstall tunnels were used for ritualistic or shamanistic purposes. The tunnel's claustrophobic design, lack of practical utility, and extreme difficulty in movement suggest that they may have been used for spiritual journeys or rites of passage. In the folklore of Austria and Bavaria, there are stories of Urgists, or earth spirits. These creatures were said to dwell beneath the ground, guarding secret tunnels and luring intruders to their doom. Some believe these legends are based on real encounters with the Erdstall tunnels. Perhaps villagers stumbled upon them centuries ago and assumed they were created by supernatural beings. One persistent folk tale speaks of disappearing children who crawled into an Erdstall tunnel, never to be seen again. Some versions claim that eerie whispers can be heard inside these tunnels, and those who stay too long experience hallucinations or nightmares afterward. Most archaeologists date Erdstall tunnels to the medieval period, roughly between 1000 to 1200 AD. But some researchers believe they could be far older, perhaps even prehistoric. No tools, pottery, or artifacts have been found inside Erdstall tunnels. This could mean that whatever purpose they served, it wasn't linked to daily life. But it could also mean they were built in an era where non-metal tools were used, meaning any evidence has long since decayed. One question remains: why were they abandoned? If the tunnels had an essential purpose, whether as hideouts, storage, or spiritual sanctuaries, why did people stop using them? Perhaps the true story of the Erdstall tunnels has been lost to time. Or perhaps, it was never meant to be known. Are these tunnels a mere quirk of medieval engineering? A forgotten ritual site? Or something stranger? Let us know what you think in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe to Cryptiverse for more mysteries that defy explanation. Disappearing without a trace is eerie enough, but when strange clues are left behind, cryptic messages, a car with bizarre items, and a friend with a suspicious story, the case takes on a whole new level of mystery. This is exactly what happened in the case of Zeb Quinn, a 19-year-old who vanished in Asheville, North Carolina, in the year 2000. His disappearance has baffled investigators for decades, with theories ranging from an elaborate setup to a much darker conspiracy. Who was Zeb Quinn? What were the strange events leading up to his disappearance? And could recent developments finally solve this 24-year-old mystery? Let's dive deep into the case of Zeb Quinn's vanishing, a puzzle that remains unsolved to this day. On January 2, 2000, Zeb Quinn finished his shift at the electronics department of a local Walmart in Asheville. After work, around 9 p.m., he made plans to check out a Mitsubishi Eclipse he was interested in buying. His coworker and friend, Robert Jason Owens, agreed to accompany him. The two drove separately, with Zeb following Owens in his Mazda Protégé. However, something strange happened just minutes after they left. According to Owens, Zeb suddenly flashed his headlights, signaling him to pull over. When they stopped, Zeb seemed anxious and told Owens he had received a page on his beeper that required him to return immediately. He reportedly drove off in a hurry. That was the last time Zeb Quinn was ever seen. When Zeb failed to return home, his family grew concerned. His mother, Denise Vlahakis, reported him missing the following day. What followed was a series of bizarre discoveries that deepened the mystery. 2 weeks after his disappearance, Zeb's car was found abandoned in the parking lot of a Little Pig's barbecue restaurant. But the condition of the vehicle was anything but normal. The headlights were left on. The doors were locked. Inside the car were a live Labrador puppy, a pair of lips drawn on the rear windshield with lipstick, and a hotel keycard. A plastic bottle filled with unknown liquid was also found. None of these items belonged to Zeb, leaving investigators puzzled. Even stranger, someone had attempted to make the car look as if it had been stolen. The seats were adjusted in a way that suggested someone much shorter than Zeb had driven it. Adding to the mystery, on January 4, 2 days after Zeb vanished, someone called Walmart pretending to be him and said he wouldn't be coming to work. The voice on the call was later identified as none other than Robert Jason Owens. When questioned, Owens claimed that he made the call as a favor to Zeb, stating that Zeb had called him and asked him to do it. However, there was no proof that Zeb had made such a request, and Owens's story became more suspicious. Over the years, multiple theories have emerged about what really happened to Zeb Quinn. One of the strongest theories involves a woman named Misty Taylor, whom Zeb had a crush on. However, Misty's boyfriend, Wesley Smith, was reportedly jealous of Zeb and had previously threatened him. Could Smith have been involved in Zeb's disappearance? Some believe that Zeb may have been lured into a trap, possibly under the guise of buying the car. From the start, Robert Jason Owens's behavior was suspicious. Not only was he the last person to see Zeb alive, but he also provided conflicting stories. Days after Zeb's disappearance, Owens was treated at a hospital for head injuries and broken ribs. He claimed that he got into a car accident on the night of Zeb's disappearance, but police found no report of such an accident. Adding to the suspicion, Owens's truck was later burned and crushed, possibly to destroy evidence. In 2015, Owens was arrested for the brutal murders of a married couple, Christy and J.T. Codd, in an unrelated case. He later pleaded guilty to their murders. Given this history, many now wonder, did Owens also kill Zeb Quinn? In 2017, authorities conducted a search on property once owned by Owens. During the search, they found fabric, leather materials, and unknown hard fragments buried underground. Could these be linked to Zeb? Unfortunately, no conclusive evidence has yet been found, and Owens has never been charged in connection with Zeb Quinn's case. The case of Zeb Quinn remains unsolved, with many unanswered questions. Why did he suddenly leave the night he disappeared? Who left the cryptic items in his car? Did Robert Jason Owens kill him? Despite the years that have passed, Zeb's family continues to hope for answers. Perhaps one day, the truth will come to light. Until then, Zeb Quinn's disappearance remains one of North Carolina's most perplexing mysteries, one that refuses to fade away. What do you think happened to Zeb Quinn? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more cryptic mysteries from Cryptiverse. A young man in his 20s, a seemingly normal vacation, and a sudden, unexplainable burst of paranoia, Lars Mittanck's disappearance is one of the most baffling modern mysteries. What happened to Lars Mittanck? This script dives deep into the case, exploring the timeline, theories, and the unsettling unanswered questions surrounding his fate. Lars Joachim Mittanck was born on February 9, 1986, in Germany. By all accounts, he was a regular young man. He loved football, supported the Bundesliga club Werder Bremen, and was close to his family and friends. He had no known mental health issues, no history of drug use, and was considered responsible and level-headed. In June 2014, 28-year-old Lars planned a vacation with his friends to the Bulgarian seaside resort of Golden Sands. It was a standard summer getaway, beaches, nightlife, and relaxation. Lars seemed excited about the trip. However, by the end of their vacation, something went terribly wrong, leading to his disturbing disappearance. Lars and his friends arrived in Golden Sands on June 30, 2014. The resort town is known for its cheap accommodations, vibrant clubs, and thousands of young tourists. Everything seemed normal at first. The group partied, went to the beach, and had a great time. However, on July 6, the final day of their trip, something changed. Lars got into an altercation at a bar over a football dispute. Witnesses claim he argued with another group of tourists, possibly rival football fans. Though not violent, the argument ended with Lars walking away. Later that night, Lars complained of ear pain. He told his friends he had been attacked by a group of men, possibly hired by the people from the argument earlier. He said they had followed him outside a McDonald's and beaten him up. However, no witnesses confirmed this attack, and his injuries were minor. Lars visited a doctor the next morning, who diagnosed him with a ruptured eardrum and recommended he stay behind instead of flying home with his friends. Air pressure could worsen his condition. His friends urged him to come with them, but Lars insisted on staying. They left, expecting him to fly home once he recovered. From this moment on, Lars' behavior became increasingly erratic. He checked into a budget hotel near the airport, but instead of resting, he acted paranoid. He called his mother, Sandra Mittank, in a panic, whispering that he was being followed and that he needed to leave. He even texted her, "What is ciprofloxacin?" An antibiotic, but he never explained why he asked. Lars was seen pacing the hotel lobby, hiding in elevators, and looking over his shoulder as if someone was after him. The hotel's security cameras caught him leaving in the middle of the night, only to return hours later. He told a hotel staff member he was afraid for his life. On July 8, Lars went to Varna Airport for his scheduled flight home. His mother had arranged for him to see an airport doctor to confirm he was fit to fly. But what happened next is the most baffling part of the case. As Lars sat in the doctor's office, a construction worker entered. Without warning, Lars panicked. His expression changed to terror. He mumbled something about not wanting to die, then bolted out of the office. Security cameras caught the next shocking moments. Lars sprinted out of the airport terminal, leaving behind his luggage, passport, and wallet. He climbed over a fence and ran into a nearby field, disappearing into the surrounding forest. No one ever saw him again. Since his disappearance, multiple theories have emerged. Some speculate Lars took drugs, either voluntarily or unknowingly, that caused paranoia and hallucinations. However, his friends never saw him take anything. Could his head trauma from the alleged attack have triggered a mental breakdown? Some experts believe a ruptured eardrum alone wouldn't cause psychosis, but an undiagnosed concussion might. Despite numerous searches, no trace of Lars has ever been found. His family continues to search, and his mother has appeared on multiple crime shows, pleading for answers. Sightings have been reported across Europe, but none confirmed. Some believe he perished in the wilderness, but with no body found, the case remains unsolved. The last known footage of Lars Mittank haunts many, a terrified man fleeing an airport, running toward an uncertain fate. Was it paranoia, foul play, or an undiagnosed medical condition? To this day, Lars Mittank remains one of the most mysterious missing persons cases in modern history. A man vanishes without a trace, only to be found 5 days later, dead, under bizarre circumstances. Burn marks on his body. A strange, unknown gel applied to his skin. No signs of struggle. And no logical explanation. What really happened to Zygmunt Adamski? A tragic accident? A secret experiment? Or was he abducted by something not of this world? Our story begins in the small town of Tingley, West Yorkshire, England. Zygmunt Adamski, a 56-year-old Polish coal miner, had been living a quiet life. Originally from Poland, he had settled in England years earlier and was known as a hard-working, kind man. On June 6, 1980, Adamski was in good spirits. He was preparing for his goddaughter's wedding and left his house to run a quick errand at a local shop. But he never came back. His wife, Lottie, was immediately worried. Zygmunt had never disappeared like this before. He had no health issues that would explain his sudden vanishing, and he had no enemies. Where could he have gone? Despite efforts to find him, Adamski had seemingly vanished into thin air. No witnesses, no clues, just silence. But then, 5 days later, something chilling happened. On June 11, 1980, a shocking discovery was made. Adamski's lifeless body was found, 20 miles away from where he had disappeared, in a coal yard in the town of Todmorden. But here's where things get really strange. His body wasn't just found lying anywhere, it was placed on top of a 10-foot-high coal pile. There were no signs of struggle. No footprints leading to the body. It was as if he had just appeared there. The man who found the body, coal yard worker Trevor Parker, was stunned. The last time he had checked the yard, just hours before, there was nothing there. So how did Adamski's body get there? And why did he look so unusual? Police and forensic experts arrived quickly, and what they found only deepened the mystery. Adamski's body had strange burn marks on his head, neck, and shoulders. Even stranger, a weird, unidentified gel had been applied to these burns. The coroner, Dr. Alan Edwards, was baffled. He had never seen anything like it. What was this gel? And who had put it on Adamski's body? His clothing was also odd. His shirt was unbuttoned, but his coat was missing. His shoes were loosely tied, which was unusual for a man known to be meticulous about his appearance. But the most chilling detail? Despite being missing for 5 days, Adamski only had about 1 day's worth of beard growth. Where had he been for the other 4 days? And now, we get to the most bizarre part of this case, the UFO connection. The police officer in charge of the investigation was Alan Godfrey, a well-respected officer from the West Yorkshire Police. At first, he thought this was just an unusual but explainable death. But that would change just a few months later. On November 28, 1980, just 5 months after Adamski's death, Alan Godfrey was patrolling Todmorden when he saw something incredible. A huge, spinning, metallic object hovered above the road. He tried to radio for backup, but his radio had stopped working. The next thing he knew, he had lost time. Nearly half an hour was gone. And when he came to, his car was further down the road, with no memory of how he got there. Under hypnosis, Godfrey later recalled seeing strange humanoid beings inside the craft. Could it be that both he and Zygmunt Adamski had been taken by the same unknown force? There are many theories about what happened to Zygmunt Adamski. Let's explore them. Some believe Adamski was taken by extraterrestrials. The burns and the unknown gel are consistent with medical experiments often reported in abduction cases. Was he abducted, examined, and then returned, dead? Another theory suggests Adamski was kidnapped for top-secret medical experiments. Was he an unwilling test subject? And if so, why was he returned in such a strange manner? Could Adamski have been kidnapped and murdered by someone he knew? Some claim his death was a result of a personal dispute. But if that's the case, why the burns? Why the unknown gel? And how did his body get on top of a coal pile? To this day, the mystery of Zygmunt Adamski remains unsolved. Who, or what, took him? What was the strange substance on his body? And why, after more than 4 decades, do we still have no answers? What do you think happened? Was this an alien abduction, a secret experiment, or something even stranger? Let us know in the comments. If you love mysteries like this, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode. Until next time, stay curious. In the realm of medical anomalies, few conditions captivate the imagination as much as fetus in fetu. It's a bizarre and incredibly rare phenomenon that has left scientists and doctors questioning the limits of biology for centuries. What if I told you that there have been cases where one individual carries within them another, not a tumor, not a parasite, but a malformed and parasitic twin? This is the enigma of fetus in fetu, a condition so rare, it has been recorded in medical literature fewer than 200 times worldwide. Welcome to Cryptiverse, where we unravel the strangest mysteries of science and the human body. Let's dive in. So, what exactly is fetus in fetu? The term originates from Latin, literally meaning fetus within a fetus. It describes a condition in which a malformed and underdeveloped twin is found inside the body of its sibling. Unlike other parasitic conditions, this is not an infection or a foreign organism invading the host's body, it's the host's own twin, trapped during development in the womb. Here's how it works. In the case of identical twins, two embryos develop from a single fertilized egg. Sometimes, due to an error in the process of division, one embryo becomes enveloped by the other. Over time, the engulfed twin becomes dependent on the host for survival. While it can't grow into a fully developed baby, remnants of it, including limbs, bones, and even hair, may develop. This condition is distinct from teratomas, which are tumors that can contain tissues like hair or teeth. The key difference? Fetus in fetu has an organized structure, resembling the formation of an actual human body. The history of fetus in fetu is as fascinating as the condition itself. The first documented case dates back to 1808, when German anatomist Johann Friedrich Meckel described it in medical literature. However, the phenomenon has likely been around for as long as humans have existed. Stories of people carrying mysterious growths inside them, often dismissed as curses or supernatural afflictions, were later found to be examples of this condition. Back in those days, medical understanding was limited. Cases of fetus in fetu were often misdiagnosed as monstrous deformities or treated as curiosities to be exhibited. It wasn't until the advent of modern imaging technologies, such as X-rays and CT scans, that the true nature of this anomaly was revealed. Meckel himself believed this condition was due to a failure in embryonic separation, a theory that remains central to our understanding even today. Despite being incredibly rare, fetus in fetu has been documented in several extraordinary cases around the globe. Let's take a look at a few of the most striking examples. In 1999, a newborn boy in India was found to have a swollen stomach. Doctors initially suspected a tumor, but upon surgery, they discovered a partially formed twin inside his abdomen, complete with limbs and hair. The case baffled medical professionals and made headlines worldwide. A particularly unusual case occurred in Hong Kong, where a newborn girl was found to be carrying two fetuses within her. Each was incomplete but had developed to the point of having tiny spines, ribs, and limbs. This case raised new questions about how early in pregnancy fetus in fetu might occur. In Indonesia, a 21-year-old man sought treatment for abdominal pain, only to learn that he had been carrying his twin inside him for over 2 decades. The twin had teeth, hair, and rudimentary bones, a shocking discovery for the patient and doctors alike. These cases highlight the mystery surrounding fetus in fetu, why it happens, and why it's so rare. Now let's dive deeper into the science. The leading theory is that fetus in fetu results from an error during the first few weeks of pregnancy. Identical twins form when a single fertilized egg splits into 2 embryos. In rare instances, one embryo fails to fully separate and becomes encased within the other. The encased twin relies on the host for blood supply and nutrients, but can't develop normally due to its parasitic relationship. Over time, it may form bones, organs, and other structures, but it remains trapped. Scientists also debate whether some cases might be misclassified teratomas. However, unlike a teratoma, which grows like a chaotic tumor, fetus in fetu exhibits a more organized structure, resembling the human form. Fetus in fetu is a reminder of how much there is still to learn about the human body. It blurs the lines between science and mystery, offering a glimpse into the strange possibilities of life. What are your thoughts on this rare condition? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Cryptiverse for more deep dives into the world's greatest enigmas. Until next time, stay curious. Artificial intelligence is evolving at an unprecedented pace. While most of the world has its eyes on OpenAI, Google DeepMind, and Meta's Llama models, a new player has emerged, DeepSeek. A company that, in just over a year, has managed to shake the foundations of AI research with its powerful open-source models and groundbreaking efficiency improvements. But how does it work? What makes DeepSeek's AI so efficient? And why is it causing ripples across the industry? In this deep technical dive, we'll explore the architecture, training methodologies, and real-world implications of DeepSeek's AI revolution. DeepSeek was founded in 2023 by Liang Wenfeng, under the umbrella of Highflyer, a hedge fund based in China. Unlike many AI startups that began as research projects, DeepSeek's origins were rooted in financial markets. Its initial mission was simple: create AI models that are not only powerful, but also cost-efficient. In less than 2 years, DeepSeek went from an unknown entity to developing some of the most powerful AI models on the market. Their first models, DeepSeek Chat and DeepSeek 67B, were already competitive with OpenAI's GPT-4 in certain benchmarks. But their real breakthrough came with DeepSeek V2, a model that introduced one of the most sophisticated implementations of mixture of experts, MO, technology to date. At the core of DeepSeek's success is a highly optimized mixture of experts, MO, model. But what exactly is MO, and why does it matter? Most large language models, like GPT-4 or Llama, are dense models, meaning every neuron in the network is activated during every inference step. This is computationally expensive. MO models, on the other hand, work differently. Instead of activating all the parameters, MO selectively routes each input token to a subset of specialized neural networks, called experts. This means only a fraction of the total parameters are used at any given time, drastically reducing computational costs while maintaining performance. DeepSeek V2, for example, has 236 billion parameters, but only 21 billion are activated for each token during inference. This makes it nearly 6 times more efficient than a traditional dense model. DeepSeek V2 wasn't just efficient, it was groundbreaking in multiple ways. One of its key innovations was multi-head latent attention, MLA, a technique that allows the model to store and retrieve information more effectively by compressing its key value, KV, cache. This reduced memory consumption and enabled longer context windows of up to 128,000 tokens. This meant DeepSeek V2 could handle entire books in a single prompt, making it one of the best models for document processing and legal AI applications. Then came DeepSeek V3. Released in December 2024, this was DeepSeek's answer to GPT-4 and Llama 3.1. With a staggering 671 billion parameters, V3 was one of the largest open-source AI models ever created. To train DeepSeek V3, researchers used 14.8 trillion tokens, a dataset significantly larger than most Western models. The entire process required 2.788 million GPU hours using NVIDIA H800 GPUs, making it one of the most cost-efficient large-scale AI training efforts to date. One of DeepSeek's most radical decisions was to open-source their models. While OpenAI and Google have kept their best models proprietary, DeepSeek made V3 available to developers worldwide, leading to rapid adoption and fine-tuning by independent researchers. This move had unexpected consequences. Investors reacted sharply, fearing that the efficiency of MO models would reduce demand for expensive AI hardware, leading to a decline in NVIDIA's stock price. However, DeepSeek's rise has not been without controversy. Researchers analyzing its outputs found significant censorship, particularly on politically sensitive topics. Questions about Tiananmen Square or Taiwan's sovereignty resulted in vague or deflective answers. Furthermore, privacy concerns emerged when it was revealed that DeepSeek stores user data on servers located in China, prompting investigations in the US and Europe. With DeepSeek V3 proving that open-source AI can rival proprietary models, the future of AI development is at a crossroads. Will companies like OpenAI continue their closed-door approach, or will DeepSeek's methods push the industry toward greater transparency and efficiency? DeepSeek has demonstrated that cost-effective, high-performance AI is possible. But the bigger question remains, what's next? Will we see even larger MO models? Or has DeepSeek already reached the limit of what current hardware can handle? One thing is clear, DeepSeek has changed the AI landscape forever. Whether it remains a dominant force or faces challenges from new competitors, its innovations have redefined what we expect from AI efficiency and accessibility. The MV Joyita vanished in 1955, leaving behind one of the ocean's greatest mysteries. This merchant vessel was found adrift in the South Pacific, eerily abandoned with no crew or passengers in sight. Blood-stained bandages and a doctor's bag hinted at chaos, yet the ship was still afloat, with its engine functional and supplies untouched. Theories abound. Did the crew panic over engine failure, or was there a mutiny? Some speculate piracy, while others suggest a government cover-up or even UFO involvement. Despite extensive searches, the fate of the 25 people aboard remains unknown, lost to the depths of the sea, leaving us to ponder what truly happened on that fateful voyage. The vastness of the ocean holds secrets that may never be uncovered. Among them is the eerie disappearance of 25 people aboard the MV Joyita, a merchant vessel found mysteriously adrift in the South Pacific in 1955. Unlike many missing ship cases, the Joyita was found, but its crew and passengers were gone without a trace. There were no distress signals. The ship was found in an eerie state, badly damaged yet afloat, with blood-stained bandages on board, missing lifeboats, and a radio that had been set to an emergency frequency. Despite various theories involving piracy, mutiny, and even government cover-ups, the fate of the people aboard the Joyita remains one of the ocean's greatest enigmas. What really happened to the MV Joyita and its missing crew? Let's explore. The MV Joyita was originally built in 1931 as a luxury yacht in Los Angeles. It was later converted into a fishing vessel and then repurposed as a merchant boat. At 69 feet long, the wooden ship wasn't particularly large, but it had a strong reputation for being unsinkable due to its cork-lined hull. On October 3, 1955, the MV Joyita left Apia, Samoa, bound for Tokelau, a small Pacific island about 270 miles away. The trip should have taken no more than 2 days, but the ship never arrived. Aboard were Captain Thomas H. Miller, a British war veteran and experienced sailor, 16 crew members, mostly from Samoa and the Cook Islands, 9 passengers, including a government official, a doctor, and a businessman, and a cargo hold filled with medical supplies, timber, food, and 80 empty fuel drums. The Joyita was overdue by 48 hours when officials in Tokelau raised the alarm. However, no distress signals had been received, leading authorities to assume the ship had suffered mechanical failure. An extensive air and sea search was launched, but no sign of the vessel was found. It was as if the MV Joyita had vanished into thin air. 5 weeks later, on November 10, 1955, a British merchant vessel, the Tuvalu, spotted a ghost ship drifting 600 miles from its intended course in the Pacific. It was the MV Joyita, but it was abandoned. When rescuers boarded, they discovered an eerie scene: no crew or passengers. Every single person had disappeared. The ship was half submerged, tilted at a severe angle due to a leak, but it hadn't sunk. All 4 lifeboats were missing. Blood-stained bandages were found on deck. A doctor's bag was left behind. The radio was tuned to an emergency distress frequency, but the antenna was broken. Personal belongings, wallets, and valuable cargo remained untouched. Most puzzlingly, the engine was still functional, and there was plenty of food and water aboard. Investigators were baffled. What could have caused the passengers and crew to abandon a still-floating ship? And why had they left behind crucial supplies? Even today, no definitive explanation has been found. The evidence suggests that something forced the crew to abandon a ship that was still capable of floating. Whether it was due to panic, foul play, or an unknown force, we may never know. Like the Mary Celeste, the story of the MV Joyita remains a chilling testament to the secrets of the sea. What do you think happened to its missing crew? Could it have been a simple case of human error, or is there something more sinister lurking beneath the waves? The mystery continues. That's it for today's episode of Cryptiverse. If you enjoyed this mystery, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more unexplained cases. And if you have a theory, let us know in the comments.